How minds evolved. The moment the universe began to think. Hi there, and welcome to Sleep and Learn. Before we begin, take a slow breath and let your body settle into a comfortable position. You do not need to remember every detail tonight. Simply listen, relax, and allow your mind to wander through one of the greatest stories ever told, the story of how minds began. For most of the history of the universe, there were no thoughts. There were stars, oceans, mountains, storms, and distant galaxies turning silently through space. Matter existed, but as far as we know, nothing was watching it. Nothing wondered where it came from. Nothing felt curious, afraid, lonely, or amazed. And then, somewhere on a small planet orbiting an ordinary star, matter began to notice itself. This did not happen all at once. There was no single morning when the first brain suddenly opened its eyes and understood the world. The evolution of the mind was a slow experiment lasting hundreds of millions of years. It began with tiny living organisms responding to simple changes around them: warmth, light, chemicals, danger, and food. The earliest life did not think in the way animals think today. A single-celled organism had no brain, no eyes, and no memory resembling our own. Yet even these simple creatures could sense their surroundings and react. They moved toward nutrients and away from harmful substances. They adjusted their behavior depending on changing conditions. In a very basic sense, life had begun to make decisions. This was the first step toward intelligence. A mind does not begin with philosophy, language, or imagination. It begins with a problem. Where is food? Which direction is safe? Should I move, hide, attack, or wait? Every nervous system that has ever evolved was shaped by questions like these. As animals became larger and more active, simple chemical reactions were no longer enough. A creature with many cells needed a faster way to send information from one part of its body to another. It needed to connect sensation with movement. This need gave rise to nerve cells. Neurons are unusual cells designed to communicate rapidly. They receive signals, process them, and send electrical impulses across the body. A touch on one side of an animal can trigger movement somewhere else almost instantly. The earliest nervous systems were probably not brains at all. They were loose networks spread throughout the body. Jellyfish still have this kind of arrangement today. Instead of a central brain, they possess a nerve net. Signals travel through this web of neurons, helping the animal swim, capture food, and respond to its environment. There is no single control room directing every action. The entire body participates. This tells us something important about the evolution of minds. Intelligence did not begin inside a skull. It began as communication between living cells. Over time, some animals developed more concentrated groups of neurons near the front of the body. This made practical sense. Animals usually move forward, so the front encounters the world first. It is where food appears, where obstacles are detected, and where predators are noticed. Sensory organs such as eyes, chemical receptors, and antennae gathered near this leading edge. Neurons gathered there too. Gradually, the front of the nervous system became a center for processing information. This process is called cephalization, the evolutionary concentration of sensory organs and nerve tissue into a head. The first simple brains were born not because nature intended to create intelligence, but because animals needed to react more efficiently. A brain is, in many ways, a prediction machine. It collects information from the senses and tries to determine what will happen next. A shadow moving overhead might mean danger. A familiar smell might signal food. A certain vibration might reveal the approach of another animal. Creatures that predicted correctly were more likely to survive and reproduce. Those that could remember had an even greater advantage. Memory allowed animals to use the past to guide the future. Instead of treating every experience as completely new, an animal could recognize places, dangers, individuals, or sources of food. Even a simple memory could transform behavior. Imagine an early creature exploring the ocean floor. It encounters a region where food is plentiful. Later, it returns to that place. This is not merely movement. It is evidence that experience has changed the nervous system. Learning has occurred. The mind is beginning to form. As nervous systems grew more complex, animals did not simply react to the world. They began to build internal representations of it. A hunting animal had to estimate where its prey was moving. A prey animal had to imagine where danger might appear. A social animal had to remember who was friendly, who was dominant, and who could be trusted. These mental maps did not need to be conscious. They simply needed to improve survival. Yet from such practical abilities, more mysterious forms of intelligence would eventually emerge. One of the most remarkable examples can be found in the ocean. Octopuses are separated from humans by more than 500 million years of evolution. Our last common ancestor was probably a small, simple creature with nothing resembling a modern brain. And yet octopuses became highly intelligent. They can solve puzzles, open containers, remember solutions, escape from enclosures, explore unfamiliar objects, and sometimes appear to play. But their nervous systems are organized very differently from ours. An octopus has a central brain, but much of its nervous system is distributed through its 8 arms. Each arm contains large numbers of neurons and can perform complex movements with partial independence. The arms can explore, touch, taste, and manipulate the environment while the central brain coordinates the animal's overall goals. It is almost as though an octopus has not one mind, but a central mind working together with 8 semi-independent thinking limbs. This form of intelligence challenges our assumptions. We often imagine that a mind must resemble the human brain. But evolution has built many kinds of minds, shaped by different bodies and environments. The intelligence of an octopus evolved in the ocean, inside a flexible body with no bones, protected only by camouflage, speed, and cleverness. The intelligence of a bird evolved in the sky, where low body weight and fast decision-making were essential. The intelligence of an insect evolved inside tiny nervous systems, proving that complex behavior does not always require a large brain. The intelligence of primates evolved in social groups, among grasping hands, expressive faces, and complicated relationships. There is no single ladder leading from simple life to humans. Evolution is more like a vast branching tree. Each branch represents a different solution to the challenge of staying alive. A crow does not think like a chimpanzee. A bee does not think like an octopus. A dolphin does not experience the world like a human. Yet all of them process information, remember important events, and adjust their actions. Even tiny creatures can perform astonishing mental tasks. Bees can learn the locations of flowers and communicate directions to members of their colony through movement. Ants navigate across large distances despite having extremely small brains. Some insects can count simple quantities, recognize patterns, and learn from experience. This does not mean they think exactly as humans do, but it reminds us that intelligence is not one thing. It is a collection of abilities. Memory is one form of intelligence. Navigation is another. Problem-solving, communication, tool use, self-control, imitation, planning, and cooperation are all different mental skills. Different species evolved different combinations of these abilities. The human mind is unusual not because it possesses every form of intelligence, but because certain abilities became deeply interconnected. We remember not only places but stories. We communicate not only danger but ideas. We cooperate not only with family members but with strangers. We can imagine events that have never happened and build tools for futures that do not yet exist. But these extraordinary abilities did not appear from nowhere. They were constructed from ancient systems shared with other animals. Fear is older than humanity. Memory is older than humanity. Curiosity, attachment, play, competition, cooperation, and communication all existed before our species appeared. The modern human mind is built on foundations shaped by countless earlier forms of life. Deep inside the brain are systems that regulate breathing, movement, hunger, emotion, and attention. Some are ancient, inherited from distant ancestors. Others became more elaborate as mammals, primates, and eventually humans evolved. Evolution rarely throws away a useful system. Instead, it modifies, expands, and connects what already exists. This is why the human mind can feel both ancient and modern at the same time. We can use mathematics to calculate the motion of planets, yet still feel sudden fear when something moves in the darkness. We can write poetry about love, while relying on emotional systems that evolved long before language. We can create advanced technology, yet remain deeply influenced by social instincts formed in small groups over thousands of generations. Our minds contain layers of evolutionary history. Every dream, memory, fear, melody, and spoken word emerges from a biological system shaped by survival, but capable of far more than survival alone. And perhaps that is the most remarkable part of this story. Natural selection did not set out to create art, music, philosophy, or science. It simply favored organisms that could respond effectively to the world. But as brains became more flexible, they began to do something unexpected. They imagined. They dreamed. They created. From simple networks of cells came nervous systems. From nervous systems came memory. From memory came learning. From learning came prediction. And from prediction, over immense stretches of time, emerged minds capable of wondering how minds themselves evolved. Tonight, as you rest, your brain continues performing countless ancient tasks. It regulates your breathing, listens for sounds, organizes memories, and gradually carries you towards sleep. You do not need to control any of it. The same evolutionary story that created waking thought also created the ability to dream. And in the next part, we will travel deeper into the hidden world of animal intelligence, exploring how creatures with feathers, tentacles, wings, and paws solve problems, remember the past, and experience realities very different from our own. The secret intelligence of animals. Long before humans built cities, wrote books, or looked through telescopes, animals were already solving problems. A bird was remembering where it had hidden food. An octopus was exploring a narrow opening in a rock. A wolf was watching the movements of its pack. A bee was returning home after flying through a landscape filled with thousands of flowers. None of these animals needed language, mathematics, or written instructions. Their intelligence was shaped by bodies, senses, and environments very different from our own. And yet, in each case, a mind was at work. For a long time, people assumed that animal behavior was mostly automatic. Animals were often described as simple machines guided by instinct. Humans, by contrast, were believed to possess reason, imagination, planning, and memory in a uniquely advanced form. Modern research has shown a far more interesting picture. Instinct is certainly powerful. Many animals are born with abilities they have never practiced. A spider can build a web without being taught. A sea turtle can move toward the ocean shortly after hatching. A bird may know when to migrate even if it has never made the journey before. But instinct and intelligence are not opposites. An animal can possess inherited behavior and still learn, adapt, remember, improvise, and solve new problems. The more closely scientists observe animals, the more difficult it becomes to draw a simple line between instinctive action and intelligent thought. Consider the crow. Crows and their close relatives, including ravens, magpies, and jays, have surprisingly advanced minds. Their brains are much smaller than ours, but they are densely organized and highly efficient. Some crows can use tools. They may bend wires, shape twigs, or select objects of the correct length to reach food. In laboratory experiments, certain crows have solved multi-step puzzles in which one tool must be used to retrieve another tool, which can then be used to obtain a reward. This is not a simple reflex. It requires the bird to keep a goal in mind and understand that one action can help make a later action possible. Some crows also remember individual human faces. A person who once frightened or captured a crow may be recognized years later. Even more remarkably, other crows can learn to avoid that person by observing the reactions of members of their group. Knowledge can spread socially. In this way, a dangerous face may become part of a local crow tradition. This is a simple form of culture. Culture does not require museums, books, or formal schools. At its most basic, culture is behavior learned from others and passed through a group. Many animals show cultural traditions. Chimpanzee communities use different tools in different regions. Some crack nuts with stones. Others use sticks to collect termites. Some groups have grooming customs that nearby groups do not share. Dolphins may use local hunting techniques taught from mother to calf. Whales can share songs that change over time and spread across enormous ocean regions. Even small animals can learn socially. Bumblebees have been observed learning tasks by watching other bees. When one bee discovers an effective way to solve a problem, others may copy the behavior. This ability is valuable because learning through observation can be safer than learning through trial and error. An animal does not always need to face danger personally. It can watch what happens to someone else. Memory makes this possible. Memory is one of the oldest and most important tools of intelligence. Without memory, every place would always feel unfamiliar. Every danger would arrive without warning. Every successful action would be lost almost as soon as it happened. But memory is not a single ability. There are many kinds. A creature may remember a location, a smell, a sound, a movement, an individual, or a sequence of events. It may remember for seconds, days, seasons, or years. Some animals possess extraordinary spatial memory. Clark's nutcrackers, birds that live in mountainous regions of North America, store thousands of seeds in scattered hiding places. Months later, often under snow, they can recover many of them. Their survival depends on remembering an enormous number of locations. This memory is not vague. It is detailed enough to guide them back to specific places across a large landscape. Other animals remember routes. Migrating birds travel across continents using information from the sun, stars, Earth's magnetic field, landmarks, smells, and inherited directional programs. Salmon return from the open ocean to the rivers where they were born, following chemical signals carried through the water. Elephants remember distant water sources and travel routes, sometimes across harsh regions where a wrong decision could be fatal. These abilities reveal a central truth about intelligence. A mind develops in response to the problems an animal must solve. For a food-storing bird, spatial memory is essential. For a social primate, relationships are essential. For a predator, timing and movement are essential. For a prey animal, alertness and rapid judgment are essential. For a bee, navigation and communication are essential. There is no single test that can measure every kind of intelligence fairly. A squirrel may fail at a puzzle designed for a chimpanzee, but outperform the chimpanzee in remembering hundreds of food locations. An octopus may not respond to human gestures the way a dog does, but it may excel at manipulating unfamiliar objects. A pigeon may not use language, yet it can distinguish visual patterns with impressive accuracy. Each species has its own mental strengths. Dogs are especially skilled at reading humans. After thousands of years living beside us, dogs have become highly sensitive to our voices, faces, gestures, and emotional states. Many dogs can follow a human pointing gesture to locate a hidden object. This may sound simple, but it requires understanding that another individual's movement contains useful information. Some animals that are otherwise highly intelligent do not naturally understand human pointing as easily. Dogs are specialists in social communication with humans. They notice where we are looking. They react to changes in tone. They often distinguish between friendly and threatening body language. Some can learn the names of large numbers of objects and retrieve them on command. This does not mean dogs understand words exactly as humans do, but they can form strong associations between sounds, actions, people, and objects. Their intelligence is deeply social. Wolves, their close relatives, also display sophisticated social skills. Pack hunting requires coordination, attention, communication, and an understanding of movement within a group. A wolf may adjust its behavior according to the position of other pack members. Cooperation allows the group to pursue prey that would be difficult for a single animal to capture. But cooperation is not based only on strength. It depends on relationships. Animals must recognize one another, tolerate one another, and respond to social signals. Primates have taken this social intelligence to remarkable levels. Monkeys and apes live in communities filled with alliances, conflicts, friendships, family bonds, and competition. To survive socially, an individual must remember who helped who is dominant, who is related, who can be trusted, and who may become a rival. This creates a complicated mental world. A chimpanzee may support one individual during a conflict and later receive grooming or assistance in return. Individuals may reconcile after fights. They may comfort distressed companions. They may form coalitions. These behaviors suggest that social life creates powerful pressure for larger and more flexible brains. One theory proposes that primate intelligence evolved partly because relationships are difficult to manage. A tree does not deceive you. A stone does not change its loyalty. But another animal can cooperate, compete, hide information, or change its behavior depending on the situation. Social environments are unpredictable. They require constant attention. This may help explain why some of the most intelligent animals are highly social, including primates, dolphins, elephants, wolves, parrots, and crows. But solitary animals can also be intelligent. The octopus usually lives alone, yet it shows remarkable curiosity and problem-solving ability. An octopus can squeeze through tiny spaces because it has no bones except for a hard beak. It can change color and skin texture. It can open containers, explore unfamiliar objects, and escape from aquarium tanks. There are reports of octopuses leaving their enclosures, traveling across wet surfaces, entering nearby tanks, eating prey, and returning before being discovered. Their intelligence did not evolve through complex group life. It evolved in response to a different challenge. An octopus has a vulnerable, soft body in a dangerous environment. It must hide, explore, manipulate, and adapt. It cannot rely on armor or speed alone. Cleverness becomes a form of protection. The octopus also experiences the world through touch and chemical sensation in ways that are difficult for humans to imagine. Its arms contain large numbers of neurons and sensory receptors. They can taste what they touch. For us, thinking feels located inside the head. For an octopus, information processing is spread through the body. Its mind is not simply a smaller version of ours. It is an alternative design. Insects offer another alternative. Their brains are tiny, yet their behavior can be highly organized. A honeybee leaving the hive must navigate through a complex landscape, identify useful flowers, estimate distance, monitor the sun's position, and return to the correct colony. After finding food, it may perform a waggle dance. The angle of the dance communicates direction relative to the sun. The duration helps indicate distance. Other bees watch and then fly toward the described location. This is one of the most extraordinary communication systems in nature. A small insect uses movement to represent a place that is not currently present. In a limited but meaningful sense, the dance refers to something beyond the immediate moment. Ant colonies also display complex behavior, although no single ant understands the colony as a whole. Individual ants follow local signals. They respond to chemical trails, physical contact, food availability, temperature, and danger. From these simple interactions, large-scale organization emerges. The colony builds nests, finds food, defends itself, raises young, and adjusts to changing conditions. This is sometimes called collective intelligence. The intelligence belongs not only to the individual but to the system created by many individuals working together. Human brains operate in a somewhat similar way. A single neuron does not understand a story, recognize a face, or feel an emotion. It sends signals. But billions of neurons interacting together create memory, imagination, and thought. Complex minds can emerge from simple units. The same principle appears at many levels of life. Neurons form brains. Ants form colonies. Animals form groups. Humans form cultures. In each case, communication creates abilities that no isolated part could achieve alone. Yet animal intelligence is not always serious. Many animals play. Young mammals chase, wrestle, hide, and explore. Ravens perform aerial movements that seem unnecessary for survival. Dolphins ride waves. Octopuses sometimes interact repeatedly with objects in ways that resemble experimentation or play. Play may help animals practice physical and social skills. It allows them to test possibilities in a relatively safe setting. But it may also be rewarding in itself. Play suggests flexibility. An animal is not merely responding to immediate hunger or fear. It is exploring what can be done. Curiosity may be one of the most important forces in the evolution of intelligence. A curious animal gathers more information. It learns about objects, places, and other individuals. It discovers opportunities. Curiosity carries risks, but it can also create advantages. The first animal to investigate a strange object may discover food, shelter, or a useful tool. The first to explore a new route may find safety. Intelligence grows where exploration is rewarded. Still, we must be careful when interpreting animal behavior. It is easy to imagine that animals think exactly as we do. It is also easy to underestimate them because they cannot speak. Both mistakes hide the truth. Animal minds are neither simple human minds nor mindless machines. They are worlds shaped by different senses. A dog lives in a universe dominated by smell. A bat builds its surroundings through echoes. A bee sees patterns of ultraviolet light invisible to us. An elephant may detect low-frequency vibrations traveling through the ground. A shark senses electrical activity from living bodies. The mind of each animal is built from the information its body can receive. Its reality may differ greatly from ours. This means intelligence is always connected to perception. An animal cannot solve a problem it cannot sense. It cannot remember a signal its nervous system cannot detect. And it may recognize patterns that remain completely hidden from humans. The history of intelligence is therefore not only the history of brains. It is also the history of eyes, ears, noses, wings, hands, tentacles, antennae, and skin. Bodies shape minds. Environments shape bodies. And evolution shapes them both. Across the animal kingdom, minds appeared again and again in different forms. Some became experts in memory. Some became masters of deception. Some learned to cooperate. Some learned to use tools. Some built collective systems that function almost like larger minds. The deeper we look, the clearer it becomes that intelligence is not a single flame possessed by one species. It is more like a field of scattered lights, glowing in forests, oceans, deserts, skies, and underground colonies. Each light is different. Each reveals another way that living matter can sense, learn, remember, and act. And from these many forms of intelligence, one branch of evolution would eventually produce something new. A mind able not only to solve immediate problems, but to create shared symbols, tell stories, sing songs, preserve knowledge, and imagine worlds that had never existed. That next transformation would begin with social life, gesture, sound, and the growing power of communication. When minds learned to understand one another. Imagine living in a world where no one could explain what they had seen. There would be no warnings about danger beyond the next hill, no stories about distant places, no names for people who were absent, and no way to share an idea that existed only inside the mind. For most of life's history, communication was tied closely to the present moment. A sound might mean danger. A scent might mark territory. A movement might signal aggression, submission, or readiness to mate. These signals could be extremely effective, but they were usually connected to something happening nearby. The evolution of more flexible communication changed everything. Before minds could build cities, religions, sciences, or nations, they first had to become skilled at understanding other minds. Social animals live inside two worlds at once. There is the physical world of food, shelter, weather, predators, and movement. Then there is the social world, a shifting landscape of relationships, intentions, emotions, alliances, rivalries, and trust. The second world can be even more difficult to navigate than the first. A storm does not pretend to be friendly. A tree does not hide its intentions. But another animal may compete while appearing calm, cooperate today and refuse tomorrow, or change its behavior depending on who is watching. To live successfully in a group, an animal must pay attention not only to what others do, but also to what they might do next. This is one of the foundations of social intelligence. Many mammals can read emotional signals. They recognize fear, aggression, playfulness, and distress through posture, facial expression, sound, and movement. A young wolf learns the difference between a serious attack and a playful bite. A monkey notices when a dominant individual is irritated. An elephant responds to the distress calls of a family member. These abilities require sensitivity to patterns. A single sound or gesture may mean little on its own. Meaning emerges from context. The position of the body, the direction of the eyes, the identity of the individual, and recent events all matter. This is already a complicated form of interpretation. Primates became especially skilled at reading faces. Human beings often take facial recognition for granted, but it is an extraordinary mental task. A face changes constantly. It turns, smiles, frowns, ages, moves through shadow, and appears from different distances. Yet the brain usually recognizes the same person within moments. This skill is ancient. Many primates remember individuals for years and adjust their behavior based on earlier interactions. They know who is related to whom. They recognize rank. They distinguish close allies from unreliable companions. In large social groups, this creates a mental network of relationships. An individual may not simply know that another animal is dominant. It may also understand that this animal has powerful allies, a protective mother, or a history of aggression. Social knowledge becomes layered. Such complexity may have helped drive the evolution of larger brains. According to the social brain hypothesis, primates needed increasing mental capacity partly because group life placed heavy demands on memory, prediction, and emotional control. The larger the group, the more relationships there were to track. But social intelligence is not only about competition. It is also about cooperation. Cooperation can transform what an individual animal is able to achieve. Wolves hunting together can surround prey. Chimpanzees can coordinate during group conflicts. Dolphins may work together to guide schools of fish. Meerkats take turns watching for predators while others feed. One individual accepts a temporary cost so that the group can benefit. This creates a delicate evolutionary problem. Why cooperate when cheating might offer an immediate advantage? One answer is memory. If animals remember who helped them and who did not, cooperation can become more stable. An individual that repeatedly refuses to contribute may lose future support. A generous or reliable partner may become more valuable over time. In this way, memory helps create trust. Trust is not necessarily a conscious promise. It may begin as a learned expectation. This individual is likely to help, share, defend, or respond. Over time, repeated interactions form relationships. Some animals appear to maintain bonds that go far beyond simple convenience. Elephants greet familiar companions with intense excitement after separation. Dolphins form long-term alliances. Primates spend time grooming preferred partners. Ravens may maintain social bonds and remember past treatment. These relationships can influence stress, survival, access to resources, and status within the group. The social world enters the nervous system. Being accepted, rejected, threatened, or supported can change hormone levels, attention, behavior, and health. This is also true in humans. Our minds evolved in communities where social belonging was deeply connected to survival. For an early human, being excluded from the group could mean losing protection, food, knowledge, and companionship. This may help explain why social approval and rejection still feel so powerful today. A modern person may know intellectually that an awkward conversation is not life-threatening, yet the body can still respond with ancient alarm. The mind carries the emotional history of group living. One of the most important steps in social evolution was the ability to share attention. Imagine two individuals looking at the same object and understanding that they are both focused on it. This is called joint attention. It may seem simple, but it creates a bridge between minds. A human infant follows the gaze of an adult. The adult points toward a bird. Both look at the bird. Now the child is not only seeing an object. The child is beginning to understand that another person sees it too. This shared focus is essential for language learning. A word becomes easier to understand when both people know what it refers to. Without joint attention, sounds would be far more difficult to connect with objects, actions, and intentions. Human pointing is especially important. A finger can direct attention toward something far away. It can indicate food, danger, a path, a person, or an object that someone should notice. Pointing turns the body into a tool for sharing information. Great apes used gestures, but human gestures became unusually flexible and cooperative. We point not only to request something, but simply to share interest. A child may point at the moon for no practical reason other than to make another person look. This desire to share experience is a quiet but profound feature of the human mind. It suggests that communication is not only about obtaining resources. It is also about creating a common world. Before full language, early humans likely relied heavily on gesture, facial expression, rhythm, and vocal sound. Hands may have played a central role. Our primate ancestors already used their hands for grasping, grooming, carrying, and tool use. These flexible movements could also become signals. A hand could invite, warn, direct, threaten, or demonstrate. Some researchers have proposed that language may have developed partly from gestural communication, with vocal language becoming more important later. Whether speech began primarily in the hands, the voice, or both, communication and movement were closely connected. Even today, people gesture while speaking, including when talking on the telephone where no one can see them. The hands seem to help organize thought. Vocal control also became increasingly sophisticated. Many animals produce meaningful calls. Vervet monkeys, for example, give different alarm calls in response to different predators. One call may indicate an eagle, another a snake, and another a large cat. Other monkeys respond appropriately, looking upward, downward, or moving toward safety. These calls contain specific information. Prairie dogs have complex alarm systems. Whales and dolphins use varied sounds to coordinate and maintain contact. Some birds learn songs from others and develop local dialects. But human language went much further. It became open-ended. A limited set of sounds could be combined into an unlimited number of messages. Humans could speak about things that were absent. They could describe yesterday, plan tomorrow, imagine impossible creatures, discuss invisible forces, and tell others what someone else had said. Language freed communication from the present. This changed the structure of cooperation. A group no longer had to learn only through direct experience. One person could warn others about a dangerous valley. A skilled hunter could explain a technique. An elder could preserve knowledge of seasons, plants, animals, and roots. Information could survive beyond the moment in which it was discovered. Language allowed minds to borrow from one another. A person did not need to solve every problem alone. Knowledge became collective. This created cumulative culture. Many animals have traditions, but human culture can build layer upon layer across generations. One person invents a tool. Another improves it. A third teaches the improved version. Over time, the result becomes too complex for any single individual to invent from the beginning. No one living today personally discovered agriculture, writing, mathematics, navigation, electricity, or medicine from nothing. We inherit mental worlds built by countless earlier minds. This is one of humanity's greatest evolutionary advantages. Our intelligence does not exist only inside individual brains. It exists between people. It lives in spoken language, shared routines, tools, symbols, songs, books, buildings, and institutions. A human alone may be vulnerable. A human group connected by knowledge can transform an environment. Cooperation also required emotional abilities. People had to notice suffering, calm conflict, care for children, share resources, and maintain bonds over long periods. Human children are dependent for many years. Their slow development gives the brain time to learn language, customs, skills, and social rules, but it also demands enormous care. Raising children likely strengthened cooperation between parents, relatives, and wider groups. Human survival became a shared project. Grandparents may have played an important role by contributing knowledge, food, childcare, and social stability. Older individuals carried memories of rare events, droughts, migrations, dangerous animals, healing plants, and distant places. Long life became valuable not only to the individual, but to the community. As cooperation deepened, humans became increasingly dependent on reputation. People watched how others behaved. Was someone generous? Did they keep promises? Did they share food? Could they be trusted during danger? Stories about individuals may have helped groups manage cooperation. Gossip, although often treated as trivial, may have had an important social function. It allowed people to exchange information about who was reliable, selfish, dangerous, brave, or skilled. Language made reputation portable. A person's actions could influence how others treated them, even when those others had not witnessed the original event. This increased the social consequences of behavior. But language also introduced deception at a new level. Once minds could communicate about absent events, they could also describe events inaccurately. They could exaggerate, manipulate, conceal, flatter, or lie. This created an evolutionary contest between telling and detecting falsehoods. Social intelligence had to become more refined. People learned to examine tone, consistency, facial expression, motive, and context. Trust became powerful but never automatic. The ability to imagine another person's perspective became increasingly important. Humans developed what psychologists call theory of mind, the capacity to understand that other people have beliefs, desires, knowledge, and intentions different from one's own. This ability is not perfect, even in adults, but it allows us to predict behavior and communicate more effectively. You know something I do not know. I believe something you believe is false. You may misunderstand what I intend. These invisible differences between minds shape nearly every human interaction. Theory of mind also makes teaching more effective. A skilled teacher must recognize what the learner does not yet understand. A storyteller must guide the listener's attention. A deceiver must imagine what another person is likely to believe. An empathic friend must sense what someone else might be feeling. The same mental ability can support kindness, cooperation, manipulation, humor, and art. Evolution rarely creates a skill for only one purpose. As human minds became more connected, groups developed shared identities. People used symbols, ornaments, rituals, songs, and stories to express belonging. A pattern painted on the body might identify a group. A particular rhythm might accompany a ceremony. A story might explain where the community came from and how members should behave. These shared meanings united people who were not close relatives. This was a major transformation. Most animal cooperation is strongest among family members, mates, or familiar companions. Humans became capable of cooperating with large numbers of strangers who believed in the same story, rule, leader, place, or symbol. Shared imagination expanded the size of the social world. A tribe, kingdom, religion, nation, or company exists partly because many minds agree to treat it as real. These collective ideas can organize behavior on a scale no single relationship could achieve. They can inspire protection, sacrifice, trade, construction, exploration, and conflict. The human mind became not only social, but symbolic. And once symbols could be shared, an entirely new form of evolution began. Ideas started competing, changing, combining, and spreading between people. Biological evolution had shaped the brain. Now culture began shaping the mind at a much faster speed. The next stage in our story would be carried by voices around fires, hands striking rhythms, parents teaching children, and storytellers preserving worlds inside words. Through language, music, and narrative, human beings would learn how to share not only information, but emotion, memory, identity, and imagination. When stories changed the human brain. Before there were books, there were voices in the dark. A small group of people sat near a fire while the night stretched far beyond its circle of light. Someone began to speak about a hunt, a storm, an ancestor, or an animal hidden somewhere beyond the hills. The listeners were safe in the present, yet their minds traveled elsewhere. They saw what they had not personally seen. They felt fear without facing danger. They learned from events that had happened to someone else. This was one of the quiet revolutions in the history of the mind. Storytelling allowed experience to move from one brain into another. Long before writing, maps, schools, or recorded history, stories preserved knowledge. They carried practical information about landscapes, weather, dangerous animals, social rules, and human behavior. But they also did something deeper. They trained the imagination. A story asks the mind to build an invisible world. The listener hears a few words and creates a place, a face, a movement, and a sequence of events. No physical object has to be present. The brain produces an internal reality from sound alone. This ability depends on many older systems working together. Memory provides fragments of past experience. Emotion gives events importance. Language arranges them into meaning. Social intelligence helps us understand characters. Prediction allows us to wonder what will happen next. A story is therefore not a single mental skill. It is a meeting place for many abilities that evolved for different reasons. The power of narrative may have begun with simple reports. Someone returned from a journey and described where water could be found. A hunter explained how an animal escaped. A parent warned a child about a dangerous path. These accounts were useful because they allowed others to benefit without repeating the same risks. But human communication did not remain purely practical. Events were shaped into memorable patterns. There was a beginning, a difficulty, a decision, and an outcome. Certain details were repeated. Characters became symbols of courage, foolishness, loyalty, danger, or wisdom. Stories became easier to remember because they were organized around emotion and cause. Human memory does not record life like a perfect camera. It selects. It compresses. It connects events. It often remembers what mattered more clearly than what merely happened. A surprising event, a frightening moment, or a deeply emotional encounter is more likely to remain vivid than an ordinary hour. Stories use this property of memory. They turn information into meaningful sequences. A list of facts can be forgotten, but a tale about someone facing danger may remain for years. This gave storytelling enormous value in societies without writing. Knowledge had to survive inside living minds. For that to happen, it needed rhythm, repetition, imagery, and emotion. A successful story could travel from one generation to the next. Each storyteller might change it slightly. Unimportant parts disappeared. Memorable parts survived. Over time, stories evolved culturally. The versions that were easiest to remember, most emotionally powerful, or most useful were more likely to be repeated. In this sense, stories began to behave almost like living things. They changed as they moved between minds. They competed for attention. They adapted to different audiences. Some disappeared quickly. Others survived for centuries. Human beings did not merely create culture. Culture also began shaping human beings. Children grew up surrounded by the stories of their group. These stories taught them what was admired, feared, forbidden, or sacred. They showed how a good person should behave and what might happen when someone broke the rules. A child learned not only from direct punishment or reward, but from imaginary examples. The foolish character ignored advice and suffered. The generous character received help. The brave character protected the group. The deceptive character was eventually exposed. Through stories, communities could teach moral behavior without explaining every rule directly. Narrative made social consequences easier to feel. This ability remains powerful today. People often understand an idea more deeply when it is shown through a person's experience rather than stated as an abstract principle. The mind is naturally drawn to agents, motives, conflicts, and outcomes. We want to know who acted, why they acted, and what happened because of it. This tendency may reflect the social environment in which human intelligence evolved. For most of our history, understanding people was essential. Who could be trusted? Who had broken a promise? Who was angry? Who needed help? Who knew where food could be found? A story organizes precisely this kind of information. It is a simulation of social life. When we listen to a story, we practice understanding other minds. We infer what characters know. We notice what they misunderstand. We anticipate their decisions. We feel tension when they approach a danger that they cannot yet see. This creates a strange division in the listener's mind. We know something the character does not know. We imagine what the character believes. We compare different points of view. Storytelling may therefore strengthen the same mental skills used in cooperation, empathy, deception detection, and social prediction. It allows us to rehearse complicated situations while remaining physically safe. A person can experience betrayal, loss, courage, jealousy, or sacrifice through narrative without facing the actual event. The emotions are partly real, even when the situation is imagined. The heart may beat faster. The muscles may tense. Tears may appear. The nervous system responds to symbols as though they carry traces of reality. This is one of the most remarkable features of the human brain. It can react not only to what is happening, but to what is represented. A sound can stand for a predator. A drawing can stand for a person. A flag can stand for a nation. A melody can stand for a memory. A story can stand for an entire life. Symbols greatly expanded what minds could share. They allowed humans to compress enormous amounts of meaning into small signals. A single name could bring to mind years of memories. A carved mark could identify ownership. A repeated pattern could represent group identity. A myth could explain the origin of the world. Symbolic thought changed the scale of cooperation. Groups could now organize around ideas that no individual could physically touch. Ancestors, spirits, laws, traditions, and future promises became socially powerful. Whether or not these ideas referred to visible objects, they influenced real behavior. People traveled, shared, sacrificed, fought, cared for one another, and built communities because of shared beliefs. This required imagination, but imagination was not an escape from reality. It became a force within reality. The same mind that imagined a spirit could also imagine a trap before building it. The same ability that created legends could create plans. A tool first existed as a possibility inside someone's mind. A shelter could be mentally arranged before the first branch was placed. A hunt could be rehearsed through gesture and speech. Imagination allowed humans to act toward futures that did not yet exist. This is one reason storytelling and planning are closely related. Both create sequences of events. Both connect causes with consequences. Both ask what might happen next. When someone tells a story about the past, the mind reconstructs a chain of actions. When someone makes a plan, the mind constructs a possible future. Memory and imagination are not completely separate systems. They draw on many of the same mental resources. We use fragments of remembered experience to build scenes that have never happened. This may explain why imagined futures often resemble altered versions of the past. The brain is not creating from nothing. It is rearranging. Dreams do something similar. During sleep, memories, emotions, images, and concerns can combine into strange narratives. A familiar person appears in an impossible place. A childhood home blends with a landscape never visited. Events shift without explanation. Dreams show how naturally the brain creates stories, even without conscious control. The dreaming mind searches for patterns. It connects moments. It produces characters, dangers, goals, and transformations. Not every dream has a hidden message, but dreaming reveals how deeply narrative is woven into human cognition. The brain rarely presents experience as meaningless fragments. It tries to build continuity. It asks what is happening and why. This search for meaning can be useful, but it can also mislead us. Humans are so skilled at detecting patterns that we sometimes find them where none exist. We connect unrelated events. We invent motives. We remember a coincidence and forget the many times nothing unusual happened. The storytelling mind can create understanding, but it can also create illusion. This is one of the costs of imagination. A brain designed to interpret incomplete information must often make guesses. In the natural world, guessing could be safer than waiting for certainty. A movement in tall grass might be only wind, but it might also be a predator. The animal that reacts too quickly wastes energy. The animal that reacts too slowly may not survive. Evolution often favored minds that formed rapid interpretations. Human beings inherited this tendency. We constantly turn fragments into stories. A facial expression becomes a sign of anger. A delayed reply becomes evidence of rejection. An unexpected sound becomes a possible threat. The mind dislikes uncertainty. Narrative gives uncertainty a shape. It creates causes, intentions, and endings. This can calm us because a known danger feels easier to handle than a mystery. But the first story we create is not always correct. Modern reasoning often requires us to pause and ask whether the story fits the evidence. This tension between intuitive narrative and careful analysis remains central to the modern mind. Our brains evolved to understand human-scale events, not statistics, global systems, or invisible probabilities. A vivid personal story can feel more convincing than a large body of data. One memorable event may influence us more strongly than thousands of ordinary cases. This does not mean stories are inferior to facts. Stories and facts perform different functions. Facts describe patterns precisely. Stories help minds feel and remember what those patterns mean. Human culture became powerful when both could be combined. A lesson could be wrapped in a narrative. A law could be supported by a founding story. A historical memory could shape identity. A discovery could be explained through the journey of the person who made it. Storytelling also allowed people to speak for the dead. An individual could die, yet their experiences might continue through the voices of others. Their choices became examples. Their names became symbols. Their knowledge remained in the group. In this way, culture extended the life of information beyond the body that first carried it. Biological memory ends when a brain dies. Cultural memory can continue. At first, it survived through repeated speech. Later, humans created marks, drawings, carvings, and writing. Writing transformed memory again. Information no longer depended entirely on living storytellers. A message could cross distance and time. A person could read the thoughts of someone who had lived centuries earlier. The human mind gained access to what might be called an external memory. Libraries, notebooks, maps, and records stored information outside the brain. This reduced the need for every individual to remember everything personally. It also allowed knowledge to grow far beyond the capacity of a single mind. No one person could hold an entire civilization's knowledge, but a network of people and records could. The human mind became part of a larger cognitive system. A person could think with tools. A written list supported memory. A diagram supported spatial reasoning. A calendar organized time. A number system allowed exact comparison. An archive preserved events. Culture began building extensions of the brain. This process continues today. Phones remember numbers. Search engines retrieve information. Maps guide movement. Recording devices preserve voices and images. Modern minds constantly interact with external systems of memory and attention. This may feel completely new, but it follows a very old pattern. Humans have always placed thought into the world. A trail marker, a knot, a song, a carving, and a written sentence are all ways of storing mental content outside the nervous system. Yet oral storytelling still has a special power. A spoken story is shared in real time. The storyteller watches the listeners. A pause can create anticipation. A change in voice can signal danger or tenderness. Faces respond. Attention moves through the group. The story becomes a social event. This may have strengthened bonds among early humans. Listening together synchronized attention and emotion. People laughed at the same moment. They became silent together. They remembered the same heroes and dangers. Shared stories helped transform a collection of individuals into a community. Music likely deepened this effect. Long before anyone understood musical theory, people used rhythm, voice, clapping, and movement. Music could organize group activity, soothe children, coordinate work, accompany ritual, and express emotion. Like storytelling, music links minds through time. A rhythm predicts what comes next. A melody creates expectation. Repetition provides familiarity. Variation creates surprise. The brain learns the pattern and waits for its return. This balance between prediction and surprise may be one reason music feels so powerful. Music also reaches the body directly. A strong rhythm encourages movement. A lullaby slows attention and creates calm. A group song coordinates breathing and timing. People who sing or move together may feel more connected. Music can create unity without explaining an idea in words. It communicates through pattern, tension, and emotion. Language tells us what happened. Music often tells us how it feels. The combination of language and music may have been especially important in early culture. Information placed into song becomes easier to remember. Rhythm provides structure. Rhyme narrows the possible words. Melody helps preserve sequence. A song can carry history, instruction, identity, and emotion across generations. This is why many cultures preserved important knowledge through chants, poems, and music. The mind remembers pattern sound. Children reveal this naturally. They learn through repetition, rhythm, imitation, and play. They enjoy the same story again and again. Repetition builds prediction. The child begins to know what comes next. This creates pleasure and security. But each repetition also strengthens memory and understanding. A familiar tale becomes a framework through which the child learns language, emotion, and social expectation. The human brain develops inside culture. It is not born with a complete understanding of the world. It expects instruction. It absorbs accents, gestures, customs, values, and categories from the people nearby. A child can be born into almost any human society and learn its language and traditions. This flexibility is one of our species' greatest strengths. Instead of evolving a fixed behavior for every environment, humans evolved minds prepared to learn locally. Culture fills in the details. This means that human nature is both biological and cultural. Evolution produced a brain capable of language, imitation, social learning, and imagination. But the specific contents of the mind come from experience. The language spoken, stories heard, skills practiced, and beliefs shared shape neural development. Culture does not float separately from biology. It enters the brain and changes it. Repeated activities strengthen certain connections. Learning to read changes how visual and language systems cooperate. Musical training refines perception and movement. Navigation practice can improve spatial skills. Social customs influence attention and emotional response. Human minds are built through an ongoing conversation between inherited potential and lived experience. Storytelling became one of the main ways this conversation continued across generations. Through stories, people inherited worlds they had never personally seen. They learned from ancestors they had never met. They imagined futures beyond their own lifetimes. They understood themselves as part of something larger. A story could connect a child to a distant past and an unknown future. It could explain where the group came from, why certain rules mattered, and what kind of person the child might become. In this way, stories did more than preserve culture. They helped create identity. Human beings began to understand their own lives as narratives. We remember childhood, interpret the present, and imagine what may happen next. We tell ourselves who we are. We choose which events feel central. We connect separate moments into a personal history. This inner story is not perfectly accurate, but it provides continuity. The body changes. Circumstances change. Memories fade. Yet the narrative self creates the feeling of being one person moving through time. The mind is not only aware, it is also an editor. It selects memories, interprets motives, and revises meaning. An event that once felt like failure may later become a lesson. A frightening change may become the beginning of a new chapter. The story of the self is constantly rewritten. And this may be one of the most distinctly human forms of mental evolution. The mind does not merely experience life. It explains life to itself. As you rest tonight, your own mind may gently move through fragments of memory, sound, and imagination. Some thoughts may form clear stories. Others may drift without an ending. There is no need to follow them. The storytelling brain has been active for thousands of generations, arranging experience into patterns and carrying meaning from one moment to the next. And in the next part, we will explore another ancient language of the mind, music, and discover why rhythm, melody, movement, and shared sound became such powerful forces in human emotion, memory, and cooperation. Why music reaches so deeply into the mind. Before humans wrote words, built cities, or measured time with clocks, they were already making rhythm. Hands struck wood. Feet pressed patterns into the earth. Voices rose and fell together. A parent hummed to a child. A group moved in time beside a fire. No one needed to explain what the sound meant. The body understood first. Music is one of the strangest achievements of the human mind because it appears unnecessary in the simplest sense. A melody cannot be eaten. A rhythm does not build shelter. A song cannot stop a storm. And yet, in every known human culture, music exists. People sing during celebration, grief, work, worship, war, childhood, courtship, healing, and rest. They use music to remember, to gather, to mourn, to calm, and to create a sense of belonging. This suggests that music is not a decorative accident. It is connected to some of the deepest systems in the brain. To understand why, we must begin with prediction. The brain is constantly trying to guess what will happen next. When you walk, it predicts where the ground will be. When someone speaks, it anticipates the next sound. When an object falls, it estimates where it will land. Prediction allows the nervous system to prepare before an event fully arrives. Music transforms this ancient ability into experience. A rhythm creates expectation. Once a pattern begins, the brain starts predicting the next beat. When it arrives exactly on time, there is satisfaction. When it is delayed slightly, tension appears. When it returns after a surprising change, the release can feel powerful. Music plays with certainty and uncertainty. Too much repetition becomes dull. Too much unpredictability becomes difficult to follow. The most compelling music often lives between the two. It gives the mind enough pattern to form expectations, then changes those expectations just enough to hold attention. This is why a simple rhythm can become deeply absorbing. The brain is not passively receiving sound. It is participating. It is guessing, comparing, and adjusting. Even when the body remains still, motor regions of the brain may respond to rhythm. The nervous system prepares movement. A beat seems to invite the body. Feet tap. Fingers move. The head nods. Breathing may begin to follow the tempo. This connection between sound and movement is ancient. For early humans, coordinated movement had many uses. Groups needed to walk, carry, row, work, and hunt together. Rhythm could help organize repeated action. A shared beat reduces uncertainty. Everyone knows when the next movement should happen. Work songs found in many cultures may have helped groups synchronize physical effort. Pulling, lifting, striking, or rowing becomes more efficient when movement is coordinated. Rhythm can turn separate bodies into a temporary system. This may help explain why moving together creates such a strong feeling of unity. Marching, dancing, clapping, and singing can reduce the sense of separation between individuals. People begin to feel that they are part of something larger. Their movements align. Their attention aligns. Their emotional state may align as well. This is called synchrony. Synchrony appears in many parts of life. A parent rocks an infant. Friends unconsciously match posture. People walking together adjust their pace. An audience becomes silent at the same moment. A group laughs together. These small acts of coordination support social connection. Music intensifies them. A group song allows many people to breathe, vocalize, and pause at similar times. This may strengthen trust and cooperation, especially in communities where survival depended on collective action. Music may therefore have helped early humans maintain social bonds beyond close family. Grooming is important among many primates. It removes dirt and parasites, but it also builds relationships. The problem is that grooming is usually performed one individual at a time. As human groups became larger, physical grooming alone may not have been enough to maintain every relationship. Some researchers have suggested that vocal communication, laughter, singing, and shared rhythm helped expand social bonding. A song can include many people at once. Music may have become a kind of emotional grooming for the group. It created closeness without requiring direct physical contact between every pair of individuals. Laughter may have played a similar role. Human laughter is contagious. One person begins, and others often join before they even know the cause. The sound signals safety, play, and shared understanding. Like music, laughter changes breathing and creates group synchrony. Both may have evolved from older vocal and emotional systems found in other animals. Young chimpanzees produce breathy sounds during play. Rats make high-frequency vocalizations in playful situations. Many mammals use vocal signals to express excitement, fear, distress, or contact. Human music likely did not emerge from one single source. It may have grown from several ancient abilities joining together: emotional vocalization, rhythm, movement, imitation, social bonding, and pattern recognition. One of music's oldest functions may have been communication between parent and child. Human infants are unusually dependent. They cannot move independently or find food for themselves. For years, their survival depends on attention and care from others. Long before they understand words, infants respond to tone, rhythm, volume, and melody. A gentle voice can soothe. A sudden harsh sound can alarm. A familiar song can create security. Parents across many cultures instinctively speak to babies in a special way. Their voices become higher, slower, more melodic, and more repetitive. This style of speech helps hold attention and communicate emotion. Lullabies may have developed from this intimate exchange. A lullaby does not need complex language. Its power comes from repetition, softness, and predictable movement. The melody tells the child that someone is near. The rhythm may imitate rocking, walking, or breathing. The message is simple but essential. You are safe. You are not alone. This connection between music and safety may remain in the nervous system throughout life. Slow, familiar music can reduce alertness and help the body settle. Repeated patterns require less effort to predict, allowing attention to soften. This is one reason music can help people rest. The brain does not need to search for danger inside every sound. It recognizes the pattern and follows it. Music also has an extraordinary relationship with memory. A melody heard years ago can suddenly return with remarkable clarity. It may bring back a room, a season, a person, or an emotion. Sometimes the memory arrives before the listener consciously knows why. This happens because music engages many brain systems at once. It involves hearing, timing, movement, attention, emotion, and expectation. If lyrics are present, language and meaning are added too. A memory connected to so many systems may become especially durable. Music can act as a key. The first notes of a familiar song open a network of associations. This is why songs are often linked with important stages of life. A childhood melody, a wedding dance, a song played during a difficult journey, a tune connected to someone who is no longer present. The music becomes more than sound. It becomes a container for time. People with severe memory difficulties may sometimes remember songs even when other information is harder to retrieve. This does not mean music cures memory loss, but it shows that musical knowledge can be stored and accessed through pathways partly different from ordinary factual memory. A person may struggle to recall a name, yet sing a familiar melody accurately. The rhythm guides the sequence. The next phrase suggests itself. Music supports memory by creating structure. This is one reason information is often easier to learn when it is placed into rhythm or melody. Children remember alphabets through songs. Communities preserve histories through chants. Religious traditions carry long passages through repeated melodic patterns. Rhythm divides information into manageable units. Rhyme narrows the possibilities. Melody gives each part a position in a larger form. Before writing, these features were essential. Important knowledge needed to survive inside the mind. A song was not merely entertainment. It was an archive. But music does more than preserve memory. It shapes emotion. A melody can create sadness without describing a sad event. A rhythm can produce excitement without explaining why. A single change in harmony can make a familiar passage feel uncertain, peaceful, or complete. How can sound do this? Part of the answer lies in the voice. Human beings are highly sensitive to emotional tone. We detect fear, tenderness, anger, confidence, and grief from subtle changes in pitch, speed, loudness, and rhythm. Music exaggerates and organizes these vocal patterns. A slow descending phrase may resemble a sigh. A sudden loud sound may resemble alarm. A gentle rising melody may feel hopeful. A tense, irregular pattern may suggest danger or instability. The brain interprets musical movement partly through systems that evolved to understand emotional expression. Music can therefore communicate feeling without naming it. This is especially valuable when emotions are difficult to explain. Grief may be too complex for ordinary sentences. Joy may exceed description. Music allows emotion to be shared without being reduced to a precise statement. Listeners can feel together even when their individual experiences differ. This may be why music appears so often in ceremonies. Birth, death, marriage, separation, initiation, victory, and mourning all involve emotions larger than everyday conversation. Music gives these moments shape. It tells the body when to gather, when to move, when to become quiet, and when to release feeling. Ritual and music often work together. A ritual turns an important event into a predictable sequence. Music strengthens that sequence through repetition and synchrony. Together, they reduce uncertainty. People know what to do. They know when to speak, sing, walk, or remain still. This can be deeply calming during moments of change. The outer structure helps organize the inner experience. Humans are not the only animals that produce elaborate sound. Birdsong is one of the most beautiful examples. Many birds sing to defend territory, attract mates, and identify themselves. Some species learn songs rather than inheriting them completely. Young birds listen to adults, practice, make errors, and gradually improve. Local groups may develop different versions of the same song. These dialects can change over generations. In this limited sense, birds possess vocal cultures. Whales also produce complex songs. Humpback whale songs can spread across ocean populations. A new pattern may appear in one region and gradually be adopted by others. The song changes over time, suggesting social learning and shared tradition. This is remarkable because it shows that cultural evolution is not uniquely human. But human music became unusually flexible. We combine rhythm, melody, harmony, language, gesture, dance, memory, and social identity. We create instruments that extend the voice and body. A drum amplifies rhythm. A flute turns breath into pitch. A string stores tension and releases vibration. An instrument is a tool for controlling sound. Its invention required the same mental abilities used in other technologies: planning, material knowledge, fine movement, and imagination. Yet musical instruments are not built mainly to solve physical problems. They are built to shape experience. This reveals something important about the human mind. Once basic survival became more secure, intelligence did not stop. It turned toward beauty, expression, and play. Evolution produced brains capable of solving problems, but those brains also began exploring possibilities with no immediate practical reward. They decorated tools. They painted bodies. They carved patterns. They danced. They made sounds simply because certain sounds felt meaningful. This is sometimes difficult to explain through survival alone. But pleasure itself can guide learning and social behavior. A rewarding activity is repeated. Repeated activities become skilled. Shared pleasure strengthens bonds. Music may have survived and expanded because it served many functions at once. It soothed children. It coordinated groups. It preserved information. It supported courtship. It strengthened identity. It expressed emotion. It made ritual memorable. It encouraged play. It may also have signaled skill. Complex singing, dancing, or instrument playing requires coordination, memory, timing, and practice. These abilities could make a performer attractive or respected. Music, therefore, may have played a role in sexual selection, where traits spread partly because they influence mate choice. Charles Darwin considered the possibility that human music had connections to courtship displays in other animals. Birdsong offers an obvious comparison. A complex song can signal health, maturity, or learning ability. Human music may have developed partly through similar pressures, although it later became much more than courtship. Most evolutionary traits do not have only one cause. Music is likely the result of several forces reinforcing one another over a very long time. Its connection to pleasure is especially strong. When a musical passage creates expectation and then resolves it, reward systems in the brain can become active. The listener wants the pattern to continue. A favorite song can be heard repeatedly even when every note is known. This seems strange. Usually, complete predictability reduces interest. But music allows us to enjoy prediction itself. Knowing what comes next can increase pleasure because the mind prepares for it. The approaching moment feels rewarding before it arrives. Then a small variation keeps the experience alive. Music turns time into an emotional landscape. It creates beginnings, journeys, pauses, returns, and endings. In this way, music resembles storytelling. A story moves through events. A melody moves through sound. Both depend on memory because the present moment only makes sense in relation to what came before. A note by itself may mean little. Its meaning depends on the pattern surrounding it. The brain must hold the recent past while anticipating the future. Music trains attention across time. It teaches the mind to wait. This may explain why musical tension can feel almost physical. A phrase remains unfinished. The brain expects completion. The final note is delayed. Attention stays open. When resolution arrives, the body may relax. This cycle of tension and release mirrors many biological processes. Breathing rises and falls. Muscles tighten and soften. Hunger grows and is satisfied. Danger appears and passes. Music may feel natural because it organizes sound in patterns similar to the rhythms of the body. The heartbeat is rhythmic, though not perfectly regular. Walking alternates left and right. Speech has timing and emphasis. Sleep moves through cycles. Nature is full of repeated patterns with variation. Waves approach and retreat. Day follows night. Seasons return, but never in exactly the same way. Human beings may be drawn to rhythm because life itself is rhythmic. Yet music can also disrupt ordinary time. A few minutes may feel much longer or pass almost unnoticed. Attention becomes absorbed in the unfolding pattern. The listener is carried from one moment to the next. This experience can resemble meditation, flow, or dreaming. The usual stream of verbal thought becomes quieter. Instead of thinking about the past or future in words, the mind follows sound. This may be one reason music is used for relaxation. It gives attention a gentle path. The mind does not need to create its own story. It can rest inside the pattern. But music can also energize. Fast rhythms increase readiness for movement. Repeated beats can support exercise, marching, or dance. The same system that calms with slow predictability can activate with speed and intensity. Music does not produce one emotion. It organizes arousal. It can lift, soften, focus, excite, or unsettle. The effect depends on tempo, volume, pattern, memory, context, and personal association. A melody that comforts one person may make another person sad because it is tied to a different memory. Culture also shapes musical expectation. The brain learns the patterns it hears most often. Scales, rhythms, instruments, and harmonies that feel natural in one tradition may sound unfamiliar in another. This does not mean musical experience is completely learned. Basic sensitivity to rhythm, pitch, repetition, and emotional tone appears early. But culture teaches the mind which patterns to expect. Once again, biology provides the capacity, and culture shapes the details. This is the central pattern of human mental evolution. We are born with brains prepared to learn, but not with one fixed way of thinking. A child absorbs music just as they absorb language. They notice which sounds belong together. They learn when a song should end. They recognize the rhythms of their community. Music becomes part of identity before the child can explain what identity is. Later, a song may instantly bring back the feeling of home. This ability to carry belonging through sound gave music enormous cultural power. Groups could recognize themselves through shared songs. A melody might belong to a family, a region, a ritual, a movement, or a nation. Singing together was a way of saying, we remember the same things. We belong to the same story. But shared music can also divide. The same force that unites one group may mark others as outsiders. Songs can carry pride, protest, loyalty, or hostility. Like language and storytelling, music is not automatically peaceful. It amplifies human intention. It can support healing or conflict, tenderness or power. The mental systems behind cooperation can also strengthen competition between groups. This is one of the great tensions in human evolution. We became highly cooperative, but often most strongly with those we considered part of our own community. Culture expanded cooperation beyond family, yet it also created boundaries. Music helped draw those boundaries through shared style, ritual, and memory. The modern world contains more music than any earlier generation could have imagined. A person can hear voices, instruments, and traditions from across the planet within seconds. This creates a new kind of cultural environment. The brain still responds with ancient systems of rhythm, emotion, and social connection, but the available sound is nearly endless. Music is no longer limited to a local group or a single moment. It can be stored, copied, edited, and replayed. A performance can outlive the performer. A song can reach millions of people who never meet. This is another example of the human mind extending itself through technology. Sound becomes external memory. Emotion becomes portable. Culture moves faster than biology ever could. And yet the basic experience remains intimate. Air vibrates. The ear receives the pattern. Neurons respond. Memory awakens. The body changes. For a few moments, a sequence of sounds created by another mind becomes active inside your own. That is what music has always done. It crosses the space between people. It synchronizes attention. It gives invisible feeling a form. And perhaps this is why music seems to reach deeper than ordinary language. Language often asks the mind to understand. Music asks the whole nervous system to join. As you listen and slowly relax, your brain continues predicting each sound, noticing each pause, and gently adjusting to rhythm. These abilities are ancient. They developed through movement, bonding, memory, and voice long before anyone could explain them. And in the next part, we will move inward toward one of the greatest mysteries in evolution: consciousness itself, the strange experience of being aware, feeling present, and knowing that a world exists both outside and within the mind. The mystery of consciousness. Right now, somewhere behind your eyes, a private world is unfolding. You can hear words, notice your breathing, feel the weight of your body, and perhaps sense a thought beginning before it becomes fully clear. This inner experience feels natural because it has always been with you. But from the perspective of evolution, it is astonishing. How did living matter become aware? A brain is made of cells. Those cells exchange electrical and chemical signals. None of them, by itself, appears to contain a thought, a memory, or a feeling. And yet, when billions of them work together, experience appears. There is something it feels like to be you. This is consciousness. It may be the deepest mystery in the story of the mind. Consciousness is difficult to define because it is both familiar and invisible. We cannot place another being's experience on a table and examine it directly. We observe behavior, brain activity, attention, memory, and communication, but the experience itself remains private. You know that you are conscious because you are living through it. You assume that other people are conscious because they act, speak, remember, suffer, laugh, and respond much as you do. But when we ask how far consciousness extends through the animal kingdom, the answer becomes much less certain. Does a dog experience the world with a sense of self? Does a crow feel curiosity? Does an octopus experience its arms as parts of one body? Does a bee have even a faint moment of awareness while navigating between flowers? Science can investigate these questions, but it cannot enter another mind directly. This makes consciousness different from many other biological traits. A wing can be measured. A tooth can be examined. A gene can be sequenced. An experience must be inferred. For centuries, many people believed that consciousness belonged only to humans. Animals were often treated as creatures that reacted without truly feeling. Modern evidence has made that view increasingly difficult to defend. Animals show flexible decision-making, pain behavior, emotional learning, memory, sleep, attention, social bonds, and problem-solving. These abilities do not prove that every animal is conscious in the same way humans are, but they suggest that subjective experience may exist in many forms and degrees. Consciousness may not be a light that is either fully on or fully off. It may be more like dawn. Some nervous systems may produce simple awareness, a basic feeling of sensation, attraction, discomfort, or movement. Others may create richer worlds containing memory, expectation, social understanding, and a sense of self over time. Human consciousness may be unusual in complexity, but it was probably not created in a single evolutionary step. Like the brain itself, it likely emerged gradually. The earliest nervous systems helped animals connect sensation with action. Light meant move. Touch meant contract. Chemicals meant approach or escape. These responses did not necessarily require conscious experience. A machine can react to signals without feeling anything. But as nervous systems became more complex, animals had to combine many kinds of information. A predator might need to integrate sight, smell, body position, memory, hunger, and movement. It had to select one action from several possibilities. Should it chase? Wait? Hide? Change direction? A flexible internal system became increasingly useful. Some scientists think consciousness evolved as a way of bringing information together. The brain contains many specialized systems. One processes color. Another detects movement. Others regulate emotion, memory, balance, sound, or touch. Yet experience usually feels unified. You do not encounter color in one mind and sound in another. You experience a single scene. A voice comes from a person standing in a room. The brain binds separate signals into one apparent reality. This unity may be one of consciousness's central functions. It creates a shared workspace where selected information becomes available to many parts of the brain. A sound can influence memory. A memory can influence emotion. Emotion can redirect attention. Attention can guide movement. When information becomes widely available, the organism can respond more flexibly. This idea is sometimes described through the global workspace theory. According to this view, much of the brain operates outside awareness. Countless processes continue quietly in the background. Only some information enters the conscious workspace. What enters becomes available for reasoning, reporting, planning, and deliberate action. Imagine a dark theater. Many activities are happening behind the scenes, but a spotlight illuminates only one part of the stage. The spotlight does not create the entire theater. It reveals selected information. Conscious attention may work in a similar way. At any moment, you are receiving more sensory information than you can consciously notice. Your clothing touches your skin. Sounds come from different directions. Your eyes contain enormous visual detail. Your body continuously adjusts muscles and posture. Most of this does not enter awareness. The brain filters. Consciousness is selective because attention is limited. This limitation is not a failure. It is necessary. A mind that treated every signal as equally important would become overwhelmed. Evolution favored nervous systems that could prioritize. Danger matters more than background noise. A sudden movement matters more than a familiar wall. A child's cry matters more than the hum of wind. Attention decides what deserves deeper processing. Consciousness may have evolved partly as a flexible system for managing what matters now. But the mind does not simply receive reality. It constructs it. The brain receives incomplete signals and builds the most likely interpretation. Vision is a clear example. The eyes do not deliver a finished picture. They detect light patterns. The brain identifies edges, color, distance, movement, and objects. It fills gaps. It uses context. It predicts what should be present. The result feels immediate and complete, but it is an interpretation. You do not experience raw sensory data. You experience the brain's best model of the world. This model is usually extremely useful. If the brain had to calculate every detail from the beginning, behavior would be too slow. Instead, it predicts and then corrects itself when evidence disagrees. This is sometimes called predictive processing. The brain continually asks, "What is probably happening?" Incoming signals are compared with expectation. When prediction matches reality, little adjustment is needed. When something unexpected occurs, attention increases. This is why sudden changes are so noticeable. A clock ticking in the background may disappear from awareness. If it stops, you may suddenly notice the silence. The brain responds strongly to prediction errors. Surprise means the internal model may need to change. This predictive system helps explain why perception can be mistaken. If the evidence is uncertain, expectation may shape what we see or hear. A shadow becomes a person. A random sound resembles a voice. An ambiguous expression appears unfriendly because we already feel anxious. Conscious experience is not a perfect window onto the world. It is a controlled construction. The mind creates the most useful interpretation it can from limited information. This was highly adaptive for survival. An animal does not need a philosophically perfect model. It needs one good enough to guide action. The brain evolved for effectiveness, not for complete truth. Human consciousness inherited this practical design. We experience a stable world, even though the eyes move constantly. We feel that color belongs to objects, even though color is the nervous system's interpretation of wavelengths of light. We hear a melody as one flowing pattern, even though it is made of separate sounds. The brain hides its own work. It presents the final construction without showing every calculation. This creates the smoothness of conscious experience. The same is true of the self. Most people feel that there is a single inner observer located somewhere inside the mind. This observer seems to make decisions, receive sensations, and remain the same person over time. But neuroscience has not found one central place where the entire self sits. Different aspects of the self depend on different systems. There is the sense of owning a body, the memory of a personal past, the recognition of a name, the feeling of control over actions, the understanding of social identity, the ability to imagine oneself in the future. These features usually work together, creating the experience of one continuous person. But under certain conditions, they can separate. In some neurological disorders, a person may recognize an arm visually but feel that it does not belong to them. In certain illusions, the brain can be made to treat a rubber hand as part of the body. When visual and touch signals are carefully synchronized, ownership can shift. This shows that the sense of the body is constructed. It is stable because the brain constantly combines sight, touch, movement, and internal sensation. The self feels permanent, yet it is actively maintained. Memory is especially important. You feel connected to the person you were yesterday because you remember parts of yesterday. You imagine tomorrow as something that will happen to the same self. Personal memory creates continuity across time. But memory is incomplete. Much of life is forgotten. What remains is selected, reconstructed, and sometimes altered. The self is therefore not a perfect record. It is a story built from fragments. This connects consciousness to the storytelling abilities we explored earlier. Humans do not merely experience events. They organize them into a narrative identity. I did this. This happened to me. This is what it meant. This is what I may do next. The narrative self allows long-term planning and responsibility. A person can sacrifice comfort now for a future goal because the future self feels connected to the present one. Animals may also possess forms of self-awareness, though these may vary greatly. One famous method for investigating this is the mirror test. A visible mark is placed on an animal where it cannot be seen without a mirror. If the animal uses the reflection to inspect or touch the mark on its own body, researchers interpret this as evidence of mirror self-recognition. Great apes, dolphins, elephants, and some birds have shown behaviors consistent with this ability. But the test has limitations. It is strongly visual. An animal that relies mainly on smell may not care about a reflection. Failing the test does not mean lacking all self-awareness. A dog may distinguish its own scent from that of others without recognizing its face. An octopus may understand its body through touch and movement rather than visual reflection. Self-awareness should not be reduced to one experiment. There may be many kinds. An animal may know what its body can do. It may distinguish its own actions from outside events. It may recognize its social position. It may remember its past. It may anticipate its own future needs. These abilities could represent different layers of selfhood. One especially intriguing form is metacognition, awareness of one's own knowledge or uncertainty. A creature with metacognition does not simply know something. It can, in some sense, recognize whether it knows. In experiments, some animals are given difficult choices and allowed to avoid the test when uncertain. Certain primates, dolphins, and other animals appear more likely to decline when the task is hard. Interpreting such experiments requires caution, but they raise an extraordinary possibility. Some animals may monitor the reliability of their own minds. Humans do this constantly. You may feel sure of a memory, uncertain about a name, or aware that you are confused. This ability allows us to seek more information. A mind that knows it may be wrong can check again. Metacognition is valuable for learning, but it also creates doubt. A conscious mind can examine itself. It can ask whether its own thoughts are trustworthy. This reflexive quality is especially developed in humans. We can think about thinking. We can notice our attention wandering. We can question our motives. We can imagine how we appear to others. The mind becomes both observer and observed. This produces self-reflection, but also self-consciousness in the social sense. Humans worry about reputation because they can imagine themselves inside another person's mind. How do they see me? What do they think I intended? Did I make a mistake? This ability supports cooperation and moral behavior, but it can also create shame, anxiety, and endless internal rehearsal. Evolutionary advantages often come with costs. The same mind that plans can worry. The same imagination that creates art can create fear of events that have not happened. The same self-awareness that supports growth can become painful self-judgment. Modern consciousness carries abilities shaped for ancient conditions. For most of human history, attention was directed toward immediate tasks, relationships, weather, animals, food, and physical surroundings. Today, the mind receives information from vast distances and from thousands of unfamiliar people. It is asked to process global events, digital signals, constant messages, and endless choices. The brain remains selective, emotional, and prediction-driven. But the environment has changed faster than biology. This mismatch can strain attention. The nervous system responds to notifications, social judgments, and imagined futures using systems that once helped detect predators and manage small group relationships. A comment on a screen can trigger real stress. A symbolic threat can activate the body. Consciousness does not sharply separate the physical from the imagined. If the brain interprets something as important, the body responds. This is also why calm imagery, familiar voices, and gentle rhythm can help the body settle. The mind's constructions affect physiology. An imagined danger can increase the heartbeat. An imagined safe place may slow breathing. Thought is not separate from the body. Consciousness is embodied. Every experience depends on physical signals. Hunger changes judgment. Fatigue changes attention. Pain narrows awareness. Breathing influences arousal. Hormones affect emotion. The state of the body shapes the world the mind experiences. A tired brain may see a problem as more threatening. A calm body may make the same situation feel manageable. This close connection is ancient. The first nervous systems evolved to regulate bodies, not to produce abstract philosophy. Even the most complex human thought remains rooted in systems that monitor internal needs. The brain continually receives information from the heart, lungs, stomach, muscles, and immune system. This inner sensing is called interoception. It contributes to emotion. An emotion is not just an idea. It includes changes in posture, heartbeat, breathing, temperature, and tension. The conscious feeling may be the mind's interpretation of these bodily changes within a particular context. Fear feels different from excitement, yet both may involve increased heart rate and alertness. Meaning shapes the experience. Consciousness combines body, environment, memory, and prediction into a single moment. This moment feels direct, but it is the result of continuous integration. One of the most mysterious features of consciousness is that it can disappear. During deep sleep, awareness may fade almost completely. Hours pass without being experienced. Then consciousness returns. The room reappears. The self reassembles. Memory resumes. This daily disappearance is so ordinary that we rarely recognize how strange it is. Sleep shows that the brain can remain alive and active without maintaining normal waking awareness. It also shows that consciousness has different states. Dreaming is one of them. In a dream, the brain creates a world with little input from the outside. Places appear. People speak. Events unfold. The dreamer often accepts impossible situations without question. The same mind that carefully tests reality while awake can become completely absorbed in a self-generated scene. Dreams reveal the constructive power of consciousness. The brain does not need an external world to produce experience. It can build one from memory, emotion, and prediction. During some dreams, a person becomes aware that they are dreaming. This is called lucid dreaming. The dream continues, but metacognition partially returns. The mind recognizes its own state. This is a remarkable example of consciousness changing from within. It suggests that awareness is not one indivisible thing. Different components can become active or inactive. Attention, memory, self-recognition, sensory vividness, and control may vary independently. Consciousness is more like an arrangement of processes than a single substance. Anesthesia demonstrates another transition. A person may be speaking one moment, then experience no passage of time, and later awaken. The brain continues many basic functions, but the organized experience of the world disappears. Researchers study anesthesia to understand which patterns of brain communication are necessary for consciousness. When communication between major brain regions becomes disrupted, the unified workspace may break down. The cells are still active, but they may no longer exchange information in the right way. This supports the idea that consciousness depends not simply on how much activity exists, but on how that activity is organized. Complexity and integration may be essential. A conscious system must contain many distinct states, but those states must also influence one another. Too little activity, and there is not enough information. Too much uncoordinated activity, and the system may lose unity. Conscious experience seems to exist in a delicate balance between specialization and connection. Another theory, integrated information theory, proposes that consciousness relates to how much a system's information is both differentiated and unified. The theory remains debated, but it reflects a broader scientific effort to move from description toward explanation. Why does certain information processing produce experience? Why does red look like something? Why does pain feel unpleasant? Why is there an inner world at all? This is sometimes called the hard problem of consciousness. Even if science explains exactly how the brain identifies color, reports pain, and guides behavior, a further question seems to remain. Why is any of it accompanied by feeling? There is no universally accepted answer. Some researchers believe that once we fully understand brain function, the mystery will become less difficult. Others think subjective experience may require new concepts. Still others argue that consciousness is a fundamental feature of certain kinds of organized matter. These ideas remain open. It is important not to pretend that science has solved what it has not. But uncertainty does not mean ignorance. We know that consciousness changes with brain injury, sleep, drugs, anesthesia, attention, development, and disease. We know that particular brain systems contribute to vision, self-awareness, memory, and emotion. We know that conscious access is limited and selective. We know that the brain constructs experience through prediction and integration. The mystery is becoming more detailed, even if it has not disappeared. Evolution provides an important guide. Consciousness did not need to appear in its most complex human form from the beginning. Simple forms of experience may have offered gradual advantages. An organism that could integrate sensation and value might choose more flexibly. Pain could motivate escape. Pleasure could reinforce useful behavior. Attention could prioritize novelty. A basic inner model could help distinguish self from environment. Later, memory and social awareness could enrich this experience. Eventually, a mind could become aware of itself across time. Human consciousness may be the result of many ancient systems layered together. Sensation, emotion, attention, memory, body awareness, social prediction, language, narrative, metacognition. None alone is the entire self. Together, they create the extraordinary feeling of being someone. And yet, much of what makes you who you are still happens outside awareness. Words often arrive before you know how they were formed. An answer suddenly appears. A forgotten memory returns. A feeling changes without a clear cause. The conscious mind is not the sole ruler of the brain. It is one part of a much larger system. This can be comforting. You do not need to consciously manage every breath, heartbeat, movement, or memory. The nervous system carries out countless tasks quietly. Even now, as you listen, your brain is interpreting language, predicting sounds, regulating the body, and deciding which details deserve attention. Most of this work remains hidden. Consciousness receives only the surface of a vast activity beneath it. Perhaps the mind is less like a single captain commanding a ship and more like the visible pattern created by an entire ocean. Countless currents move below. Some rise into awareness. Others remain deep. Together, they carry the experience forward. As you become more relaxed, the boundaries of attention may soften. Thoughts may become slower. the room may feel more distant. The brain is preparing to move from waking consciousness towards sleep, as it has done every night throughout your life. You do not need to force that transition. It is older than language and older than humanity. And in the next part, we will enter the world of dreams, exploring why sleeping minds create images, emotions, strange stories, and impossible realities while the body rests quietly in the dark. Why the sleeping mind dreams. Every night, the outside world grows quiet, the body becomes still, and the mind begins creating realities of its own. A room becomes a forest. A familiar voice comes from someone who has been gone for years. A journey begins without a road. Time changes shape. Impossible events feel completely ordinary. Then morning comes, and the entire world dissolves. Dreaming is one of the oldest and most mysterious activities of the mind. For much of history, dreams were treated as messages, warnings, prophecies, or journeys into another realm. Nearly every culture tried to explain them. Some people believed dreams connected the living with ancestors. Others saw them as signs from gods, glimpses of the future, or hidden truths about the self. Modern science approaches dreams differently, but it has not removed their mystery. We now know that dreaming is closely connected to the biology of sleep, memory, emotion, and brain activity. Yet we still do not fully understand why the mind creates such vivid experiences while the body rests. To understand dreams, we must first understand that sleep is not simply a period when the brain shuts down. Sleep is active. Throughout the night, the brain moves through repeating stages. Some are deep and slow. Others are lighter. During one stage, known as rapid eye movement sleep, or REM sleep, brain activity becomes surprisingly intense. The eyes move beneath closed eyelids. Breathing becomes less regular. The heart rate may change. Large muscles are temporarily inhibited, preventing most dream movements from being acted out. Meanwhile, the brain creates complex inner scenes. REM sleep is strongly associated with vivid dreaming, although dreams can also occur during other stages. Dreams from different stages may vary. Some are emotional and cinematic. Others are quieter, more like fragments of thought or everyday concerns. This suggests that dreaming is not a single process. It is a range of experiences produced by the sleeping brain. During waking life, the brain receives a constant stream of information from the senses. Vision, sound, touch, smell, and movement help anchor experience to the physical environment. During sleep, much of that external input is reduced. The brain is no longer required to respond continuously to the surrounding world. But it does not become empty. Instead, it turns inward. Memories, emotions, expectations, and images become the raw materials of experience. The dreaming brain is like a theater that continues performing after the audience has gone home. The stage remains active, but the usual signals from outside have faded. This helps explain why dreams can feel so real. The same visual regions that help create waking perception may participate in dream imagery. Emotional systems can become highly active. Memory fragments are combined into scenes. The brain does not label these experiences as imaginary. It simply presents them. While dreaming, critical reasoning is often reduced. Brain regions involved in careful planning, logical checking, and self-monitoring may be less active than during waking life. As a result, contradictions are easily accepted. A person may suddenly be in another country without traveling. A childhood friend may appear at their current age. A house may contain rooms that have never existed. The dreamer rarely stops to ask how any of this is possible. The mind accepts the world it has created. This reveals something important about consciousness. Our sense of reality depends partly on ongoing verification. While awake, The brain constantly compares expectation with sensory evidence. If something impossible appears, we usually notice the conflict. In dreams, that checking system is weakened. The mind generates a model and then lives inside it. Dreaming may therefore be understood as perception without normal external control. The brain continues building a world, but the materials come mostly from within. This is why dreams often contain familiar places that are strangely altered. A dream house may combine several real houses. A person may have the face of one individual but the voice of another. A city may feel recognizable even though no exact location matches it. The brain is not replaying memory perfectly. It is reconstructing. Human memory always works this way, even during waking life. We do not store complete recordings. We store elements, relationships, emotional meanings, and important details. When a memory is recalled, the brain rebuilds it. Dreams make this reconstructive process unusually visible. They combine fragments without requiring consistency. A classroom blends with a train station. A present-day concern appears inside a childhood setting. Someone from the distant past becomes part of a new conversation. The dream is assembled from pieces of experience. But why does the brain do this? One possible answer involves memory consolidation. During sleep, the brain appears to process information gathered during the day. Newly formed memories are strengthened, reorganized, or connected with older knowledge. Some details are preserved. Others are weakened. Patterns are extracted. This may be one reason sleep improves learning. A skill practiced during the day can become more stable after a night of rest. Information studied before sleep may be remembered more effectively than information followed by a long period of wakefulness. The sleeping brain is not merely storing events in their original form. It may be integrating them. New experiences must find a place within existing networks of knowledge. This process could contribute to dream content. As memories are reactivated, fragments may enter awareness and become part of a dream. But dreams are not straightforward recordings of memory processing. They are often too strange, emotional, and symbolic. A small event from the day may appear transformed. An unfinished task may become a long journey. A social worry may appear as being lost, late, exposed, or unable to speak. This has led some researchers to suggest that dreams may help regulate emotion. During REM sleep, the brain reactivates emotional experiences in a state where certain stress-related chemicals are reduced. In theory, this could allow difficult memories to be processed without the same full level of waking alarm. The emotional content remains, but the body is partly protected from action. A frightening situation can be simulated while the dreamer lies safely in bed. This does not mean every dream has a clear emotional purpose. Nor does it mean nightmares always heal distress. But the relationship between emotion and dreams is undeniable. Dreams often focus more on concerns than on neutral details. A forgotten cup, an ordinary wall, or a familiar chair rarely becomes the center of a dream unless it carries emotional meaning. The dreaming mind is drawn toward what matters. Fear, desire, embarrassment, attachment, confusion, loss, and hope appear repeatedly. This reflects the priorities of the waking brain. Emotion helps determine which experiences receive attention and which memories are retained. A dream may be one way the brain continues working with emotionally important material. Another possibility is that dreams evolved as simulations. Animals that can rehearse threats in a safe state may be better prepared to respond while awake. In dreams, one may be chased, trapped, lost, attacked, or separated from the group. These themes are common across cultures. They reflect ancient dangers. A sleeping mind might practice escape, detection, social response, or rapid decision-making without exposing the body to real risk. This idea is known as threat simulation theory. It does not explain every dream, but it fits certain recurring patterns. The brain evolved in environments where danger was real and often sudden. Predators, rivals, falling, injury, isolation, and conflict could threaten survival. A system that repeatedly simulated such situations might strengthen emotional and behavioral responses. Dreams would become a kind of virtual training ground. But not all dreams are frightening. Some involve exploration, reunion, creativity, or social interaction. This suggests a broader idea. Dreams may simulate life, not only danger. They place the mind inside possible situations. They test reactions. They combine memories in new ways. They allow the brain to explore without physical consequences. A dream is a private world where the normal rules of action are suspended. This may support creativity. Throughout history, artists, scientists, musicians, and writers have reported ideas emerging from dreams. Sometimes a melody, image, or solution appears in a form that waking thought had not produced. Dreams loosen the normal boundaries between ideas. During waking reasoning, the mind often follows familiar paths. It rejects strange combinations and remains focused on practical goals. Dreaming is less controlled. Distant memories can connect. Unrelated concepts can merge. A problem may be approached through image rather than language. Most dream combinations are not useful, but a few may reveal something new. Creativity often depends on connecting elements that were previously separate. The dreaming brain does this constantly. A staircase becomes a river. A person becomes an animal. A memory becomes a symbol. The result may be absurd, beautiful, frightening, or unexpectedly meaningful. This does not mean dreams contain secret messages waiting for one correct interpretation. Dream symbols are not universal codes. A house does not mean exactly the same thing for every person. Water is not always one emotion. Animals, roads, doors, and falling may have different associations depending on memory and context. The meaning of a dream, when it has meaning, is often personal. The brain uses familiar material. A place may matter because of what happened there. A person may represent a relationship, a period of life, or simply a recent memory. The same image can carry many layers. Dream interpretation becomes misleading when it treats symbols like words in a fixed dictionary. The dream is produced by an individual nervous system with a unique history. Even then, not every detail needs an explanation. The brain is capable of producing random or loosely connected activity. The dreaming mind may then organize that activity into a story. Humans are natural pattern makers. When fragments appear, the mind tries to connect them. This process may happen both during the dream and after waking. A dream remembered in the morning may feel more coherent than it actually was. The waking mind arranges the fragments into sequence. We may add transitions, explanations, and meaning without realizing it. This is another example of the storytelling brain at work. Memory of dreams is especially fragile. A vivid dream can disappear within minutes. You may awaken certain that you experienced something important, then watch the details fade as ordinary waking thought returns. Dreams are difficult to store because the brain is in a different state during sleep. Systems involved in stable memory formation may not function in the same way. The dream is experienced, but not always preserved. Emotion often helps. A frightening, joyful, or unusual dream is more likely to be remembered. Waking during or shortly after the dream also increases recall. Otherwise, the memory may vanish before it can be connected to waking awareness. This creates a strange situation. You may dream many times each night and remember none of it. The sleeping mind has experiences that the waking self never fully inherits. This raises a philosophical question. Are you the same self while dreaming? The dreamer may have different goals, beliefs, and reactions. Ordinary identity can change. The dream self may not remember waking life clearly. Yet on awakening, the experience is usually claimed as your own. I dreamed this. The narrative self reaches backward and includes the dream, even though its mental rules were different. Dreams demonstrate that the self is flexible. The brain can create a version of you with incomplete memory, altered judgment, and a different world, while preserving enough continuity for the experience to feel personal. In some dreams, this changes. The dreamer suddenly realizes, this is a dream. This is lucid dreaming. The dream does not necessarily end. Instead, a degree of waking self-awareness appears inside it. The person may look around, test the environment, or try to influence events. Lucid dreaming is remarkable because it combines two states. The vivid imagery and emotional world of dreaming remain, but metacognition returns. The mind recognizes that its experience is being internally generated. Some people can increase the chance of lucid dreams through practice, though results vary. Techniques often involve recording dreams, repeatedly checking during the day whether one is awake, or setting an intention before sleep. The idea is to strengthen habits of self-questioning until they appear in a dream. Yet even lucid dreams are not fully controlled. The dream may change unpredictably. Characters may behave independently. The environment may dissolve. This reminds us that conscious intention is only one part of the mind. Much of dream creation occurs beyond deliberate control. Nightmares reveal the emotional power of this hidden system. A nightmare can create intense fear even when the body is safe. The dreamer may run but move slowly. They may try to call out but produce no voice. A threat may approach without clear form. These experiences can feel physically real because fear systems are active. The body may respond with sweating, rapid heartbeat, and sudden awakening. Nightmares are especially common during stress. The concerns of waking life may enter sleep in transformed form. After frightening or traumatic experiences, repeated nightmares may occur. The brain seems unable to integrate the memory into the past. The event returns with emotional force. In such cases, dreams are not simply interesting experiences. They can disrupt rest and well-being. Persistent nightmares may benefit from professional support. Certain therapies help people reshape recurring dream narratives or reduce the emotional intensity linked to traumatic memories. This shows that dream content is not separate from mental health. Sleep, memory, emotion, and waking experience constantly influence one another. Even ordinary anxiety can change dreams. Before an examination, a person may dream of arriving unprepared. Before a major change, they may dream of losing direction. Social tension may appear as rejection, embarrassment, or conflict. The dream rarely reproduces the exact waking concern. It translates emotion into a situation. This may happen because the emotional brain works through patterns rather than verbal explanations. During sleep, language and logical control may become less dominant. Images carry the feeling. The mind shows rather than tells. Dreams also reveal the importance of social life. Many dreams contain other people. Even when the dream setting is impossible, the central concern may be interaction. Being accepted, misunderstood, followed, helped, ignored, or reunited. This reflects the evolution of the human mind in groups. Our brains are deeply social even during sleep. They simulate relationships. They revisit emotional bonds. They imagine how others might respond. The social world continues after the external group has disappeared into the night. Animals may dream too. Dogs move their paws, twitch, or make soft sounds during sleep. Cats show similar behavior. Rats display patterns of brain activity during sleep that resemble patterns recorded while navigating a maze. This suggests that their brains may reactivate waking experiences. A rat may not dream in human stories, but its sleeping brain may replay places, movements, and choices. Birds also show sleep activity connected to learned songs. Young songbirds appear to rehearse elements of singing while asleep. These findings suggest that sleep-based memory processing is ancient. Dreamlike experiences may exist across many species, though we cannot know exactly what they feel like. An animal's dream world would be shaped by its senses. A dog's dreams may be rich in smell. A bat's may involve spatial echoes. A bird's may contain flight, song, and visual landmarks. An octopus changes skin color during sleep-like states, sometimes in rapid patterns. Researchers have wondered whether these changes reflect internally generated experiences. Perhaps the animal is replaying camouflage, hunting, or social encounters. We must be careful not to project human narratives onto other species. Still, the possibility is fascinating. If animals dream, then evolution produced private inner worlds long before humans began describing them. Dreaming may not be a strange addition to intelligence. It may be a natural consequence of a brain that learns, predicts, remembers, and sleeps. When external input decreases, those same systems continue operating. Memory generates content. Emotion gives it importance. Prediction organizes it. Consciousness experiences it. The result is a dream. Sleep itself is much older than humanity. Nearly all animals with nervous systems show cycles of rest and activity. Even simple creatures enter states in which responsiveness decreases and internal processes change. This suggests that sleep serves essential biological functions. It may support repair, energy regulation, immune activity, learning, brain maintenance, and development. Sleep creates vulnerability, so it must provide major benefits. An unconscious animal cannot easily watch for predators or search for food. Yet evolution preserved sleep. In many species, lack of sleep quickly damages attention, memory, and health. The sleeping brain performs work that waking activity cannot fully replace. One important task may be clearing metabolic waste. Brain cells are constantly active and produce byproducts. During sleep, changes in the spaces around cells may help fluid move through brain tissue more effectively. This process may support long-term brain health. Sleep also changes communication between brain regions. Connections strengthened during the day may be adjusted. Important patterns are preserved while unnecessary activity is reduced. Without such regulation, the brain might become overloaded. Learning requires change, but unlimited change would make networks unstable. Sleep may help restore balance. Dreams could be a conscious trace of these deeper processes. We experience fragments of the brain reorganizing itself. But perhaps dreaming has no single function. It may be like music, language, or play, a phenomenon produced by several overlapping systems. Dreams may reflect memory consolidation, emotional processing, prediction, creativity, threat simulation, and spontaneous brain activity at the same time. Different dreams may serve different purposes. Some may be meaningful. Some may be mental noise shaped into a story. Some may help regulate emotion. Some may simply be what consciousness feels like when the brain is sleeping. Evolution does not always create clean designs with one purpose. It modifies older systems. Dreaming may be an unexpected result of memory, emotion, and imagination becoming active together. The modern mind gives dreams new forms. A person may dream about phones, airplanes, elevators, schools, offices, or video calls, none of which existed during most of human evolution. But beneath these modern images are ancient concerns: connection, danger, status, separation, movement, failure, discovery, belonging. The objects change faster than the emotional systems. A dream about missing a train may use modern technology to express an old fear of being left behind. A dream about sending a message to the wrong person may activate ancient concerns about reputation and social judgment. The setting is new. The mind beneath it is old. Dreams remind us how much of mental life is not chosen. You do not decide which memory will appear. You do not select the first scene. You rarely control who enters the dream or how the world changes. The conscious self becomes a traveler through events generated by deeper systems. This is also partly true while awake. Thoughts often arise on their own. Emotions appear before explanations. A song enters the mind. A memory returns unexpectedly. The brain produces more than consciousness commands. Dreams simply make this independence impossible to ignore. Yet the dreaming mind is still your mind. Its images come from your nervous system, your memories, your fears, and your learned world. It may be unfamiliar, but it is not foreign. It is another form of the same ancient machinery that creates waking reality. During the day, sensory input guides the construction. At night, memory and prediction take the lead. Both states are creative. The waking brain creates a stable world from light, sound, and touch. The dreaming brain creates an unstable world from stored experience. Neither is a direct copy of reality. Both are models. As you move closer to sleep, external sounds may gradually lose their sharpness. Thoughts may begin to connect less logically. Images may appear for a moment and disappear. This border between waking and sleep is called the hypnagogic state. It can contain brief sounds, faces, movements, colors, or the feeling of falling. The mind is loosening its connection to the external world. Logical control softens. Dream construction begins. There is no need to hold onto any thought. The brain knows how to make this journey. It has crossed the boundary into sleep thousands of times. Soon, the quiet systems of memory and imagination may begin arranging their own scenes, carrying fragments of the day into a private world that exists only for a little while. And in the next part, we will return to waking life and explore cooperation. How minds learn to trust, share, teach, care for strangers, create moral rules, and build societies far larger than any single brain could understand. How cooperation built the human world. Long before laws were written, before cities had walls, and before anyone used the word society, survival already depended on trust. Someone had to watch while others slept. Someone had to share food after a successful hunt. Someone had to care for children, help the injured, remember safe paths, and warn the group about danger. A single human could be clever. A group of humans could change the world. This may be one of the most important truths in the evolution of the mind. Intelligence did not grow only because individuals needed to solve problems alone. It also grew because they needed to solve problems together. Human beings are unusually cooperative animals. Other species cooperate too. Wolves hunt in packs. Dolphins coordinate movement. Ants build colonies. Chimpanzees form alliances. Meerkats take turns standing guard. But humans developed cooperation on a remarkable scale. We share plans with people who are not relatives. We divide labor. We teach complicated skills. We exchange goods. We follow rules. We care about reputation. We cooperate with strangers we may never meet again. Modern society depends on millions of people trusting that others will perform tasks correctly. A person eats food grown by someone they do not know, travels in a vehicle built by distant workers, and receives information through systems created by countless unseen minds. No individual understands every part. The system works because knowledge and responsibility are distributed. This form of cooperation has ancient roots. Early humans were not the fastest animals, the strongest predators, or the best protected by claws, horns, or armor. Their bodies were vulnerable, but they could coordinate. A group could surround prey. Several people could defend against danger. One person could carry food while another carried a child. The elderly could preserve knowledge. Young adults could take risks. Different individuals could contribute different abilities. Cooperation turned weakness into flexibility. It also changed the pressures shaping the brain. To live successfully in a group, people had to understand not only the physical world but also the intentions of others. Who could be trusted? Who had shared before? Who might cheat? Who needed help? Who was angry? Who was watching? These questions created a complex social environment. A person who ignored relationships might lose support. A person who understood them could build alliances, exchange favors, and survive difficult periods. The social world rewarded memory. If someone shared food with you yesterday, you might be more willing to help them tomorrow. If someone repeatedly took without giving, the group might avoid them. This is sometimes called reciprocal cooperation. It does not require formal calculation. The mind simply learns patterns of behavior. This person is reliable. That person is selfish. This person helps during danger. That person disappears when work begins. Over time, social memory creates reputation. Reputation allows cooperation to extend beyond direct exchange. You may trust someone because others describe them as honest. You may avoid someone because their behavior is widely known. Language made this especially powerful. Actions could travel through stories. A generous person's reputation could reach people who had never witnessed the generosity. A dishonest act could become known throughout the group. This meant that behavior had consequences even when the immediate event was over. The mind evolved in an environment of observation. People watched one another. They noticed fairness. They compared effort. They remembered promises. This may help explain why humans care so deeply about how they are seen. Reputation was not merely a matter of pride. It affected survival. A trusted person was more likely to receive help. A distrusted person could be excluded. Social exclusion was dangerous because humans depended heavily on groups. The pain of rejection may therefore be rooted in ancient biology. Modern rejection can feel physically intense even when no immediate danger exists. A person may know that one negative comment is not a survival threat, yet the nervous system reacts as though belonging has been placed at risk. The emotion is ancient. The situation is new. Cooperation also required fairness. Human beings are sensitive to unequal treatment. Even young children notice when rewards are distributed unfairly. Adults may reject an unfair offer even when accepting it would give them some benefit. This can seem irrational from a purely economic perspective. Why refuse something rather than receive less than another person? But in an evolutionary context, tolerating unfairness can be costly. If one individual consistently takes more than others, the imbalance may grow. Resisting unfair treatment can protect future cooperation. The mind is not only asking, "What do I receive now?" It is also asking, "What pattern are we creating?" Fairness helps stabilize relationships. It signals that benefits and burdens should not be distributed entirely at random. Different cultures define fairness in different ways, but the concern itself is widespread. Humans care about equality, effort, need, status, and obligation. These principles can conflict. Should everyone receive the same amount? Should those who worked more receive more? Should the weakest receive extra support? Should leaders receive special rewards? There is no universal answer. Moral systems often emerge from attempts to balance competing forms of fairness. This is one reason morality is complex. It is not a single instinct. It is a collection of emotional tendencies, learned rules, social expectations, and reasoning abilities. Empathy is one of its foundations. Empathy allows one person to respond to another's emotional state. A crying infant affects the parent. A frightened face creates concern. A person seeing someone in pain may feel discomfort in their own body. This does not mean the observer experiences exactly the same feeling, but the nervous system creates a partial internal model of the other person's state. Empathy has deep evolutionary roots. Mammals care for vulnerable young. A parent must recognize hunger, fear, cold, and distress. Individuals who responded appropriately were more likely to keep offspring alive. From this foundation, sensitivity to others may have expanded. Social animals benefit from recognizing emotion. Fear in one individual can warn the group. Pain can signal danger. Calm behavior can communicate safety. Empathy helps coordinate action. Yet empathy is not unlimited. People usually feel more strongly for familiar individuals than for distant strangers. One visible person in pain may affect us more than a large number described only through statistics. This reflects how the mind evolved. Early humans lived in relatively small groups. They responded to faces, voices, and direct stories. Modern societies contain millions of people, but the emotional brain still works best at a human scale. This creates a challenge. Reason can understand large numbers. Empathy often responds most powerfully to individuals. Moral progress sometimes requires combining both. We need feeling to care and reasoning to understand the wider consequences. Cooperation also depends on self-control. An individual may gain an immediate benefit by taking more food, abandoning a difficult task, or breaking a promise. But long-term relationships require restraint. The person must consider future consequences. Will others trust me later? Will the group continue helping me? Will this action damage my reputation? This ability to delay immediate reward is connected to planning. A mind must represent the future strongly enough to influence present behavior. Humans are especially capable of this, though not always successful. We save resources. We practice skills. We follow routines. We endure discomfort for later benefit. We make promises to future versions of ourselves. These abilities depend on the same mental systems used in social cooperation. A person who can delay gratification may become a more reliable partner. The future enters the present. Promises are a remarkable example. A promise is made of words, but it creates an expectation that can shape behavior across time. Nothing physical forces the person to follow it. The power of the promise comes from memory, trust, reputation, and shared rules. A promise connects two minds through an imagined future. I say now what I will do later. You change your behavior because you believe me. This allows planning beyond the immediate moment. Groups can organize journeys, exchanges, construction, and care because people commit themselves in advance. Human society is built from countless symbolic commitments. Appointments, agreements, contracts, vows, debts, schedules, and laws all extend cooperation through time. They are forms of collective memory. But promises work only when there are consequences for breaking them. These consequences may be emotional, social, or legal. Guilt is one internal consequence. A person may feel distress after violating a rule even if no one else knows. Guilt is different from fear of punishment. It suggests that the social rule has been absorbed into the self. The mind becomes its own observer. This may support cooperation by reducing the need for constant external control. Shame is related but different. Guilt focuses on an action. I did something wrong. Shame often affects the whole identity. Something is wrong with me. Both emotions are connected to social evaluation. They can encourage repair and caution, but they can also become excessive and harmful. Evolutionary systems are rarely perfectly balanced. A useful sensitivity to reputation can become severe self-criticism. An adaptive fear of exclusion can become social anxiety. The modern mind carries ancient alarms that do not always match the present situation. Another important moral emotion is gratitude. Gratitude strengthens cooperation by recognizing help. When someone remembers a benefit and feels positively toward the giver, future exchange becomes more likely. Gratitude says, in effect, your action mattered, and I have not forgotten it. This builds social bonds. Anger serves a different role. Anger often appears when a boundary is crossed, a promise is broken, or unfairness is perceived. It prepares the person to confront the problem. Although anger can be destructive, it can also defend cooperation by discouraging exploitation. A group in which cheating never produces resistance may be unstable. Moral emotions therefore form a regulatory system. Empathy encourages care. Gratitude rewards help. Guilt discourages betrayal. Anger challenges unfairness. Shame warns of social rejection. Pride reinforces valued behavior. None of these emotions is perfectly reliable, but together they help groups function. Culture then shapes how these emotions are expressed. One society may emphasize personal independence. Another may emphasize duty to family. One may praise competition. Another may value modesty. The emotional systems are shared, but their interpretation is learned. This is another example of gene-culture interaction. Evolution gave humans flexible social emotions. Culture teaches them where to apply. Children learn moral rules long before they can explain moral philosophy. They watch adults. They imitate behavior. They notice approval and disapproval. They hear stories about good and bad actions. They experience the consequences of sharing, lying, helping, or hurting. Moral learning begins socially. A child does not discover every rule independently. The group provides a model. But children are not passive. They ask why. They notice inconsistency. They compare how rules are applied. This ability to question rules is important because traditions are not always fair or useful. Human morality is partly inherited culturally, but it can also be revised. Reason allows people to examine custom. Does this rule reduce harm? Does it protect only the powerful? Should it apply to everyone? Can the circle of concern be expanded? These questions have shaped ethical progress. Human cooperation began in small groups, but moral imagination gradually extended beyond them. People learned to identify with larger communities. A village, a nation, a religion, a profession, humanity as a whole. This expansion is not automatic. The mind easily divides the world into us and them. Group identity strengthens cooperation within the group, but it can create suspicion toward outsiders. This is one of the deepest tensions in human social evolution. The same mind that is capable of extraordinary generosity can become hostile when another person is classified as an enemy. Group symbols intensify this effect. Clothing, language, accent, ritual, music, and stories mark belonging. These signals help people recognize allies, but they also create boundaries. Once a boundary exists, moral concern may become uneven. Harm to one's own group feels urgent. Harm to outsiders may be ignored or justified. This tendency was likely useful in environments of competition between groups, but in the modern world it can become dangerous. Large societies require cooperation among people with different backgrounds. They depend on rules that apply beyond personal loyalty. This is one reason institutions became necessary. In a small group, reputation and direct memory may be enough. Everyone knows everyone else. In a city, most people are strangers. Trust must be supported by systems. Laws define expected behavior. Courts settle disputes. Currencies support exchange. Records preserve agreements. Standards ensure that objects and measurements are understood consistently. Institutions are external structures for cooperation. They reduce the need to know every person personally. A stranger can trade with another stranger because both trust the system around the exchange. A traveler can follow signs. A patient can rely on professional training. A builder can use standard measurements. These systems are extensions of collective intelligence. No single person designed every part. They developed gradually through cultural evolution. Useful rules were preserved. Failures led to adjustment. Competing groups borrowed practices from one another. Institutions, like tools and stories, accumulated complexity over generations. But institutions are not minds. They do not automatically become wise or fair. They reflect the goals, habits, and power structures of the people who create them. A rule can support cooperation or exploitation. An organization can preserve knowledge or protect itself from change. Collective systems can produce outcomes no individual intended. This is similar to ant colonies, but with a crucial difference. Humans can become aware of the system and try to redesign it. We can ask whether a law works. We can compare institutions. We can imagine alternatives. This ability to reflect on collective behavior is one of the most advanced forms of social intelligence. The mind can step outside its own group, at least partly, and examine the rules from a distance. Yet this is difficult because people rarely see culture as culture. The customs learned in childhood often feel natural. A greeting, meal, family structure, schedule, or belief may seem like the obvious way to live. Only after meeting another culture does the person realize that many familiar habits are local solutions rather than universal truths. Cultural flexibility is powerful because it allows humans to adapt quickly. Biological evolution is slow. Culture can change within a generation. A new hunting method, crop, tool, law, or educational practice can spread rapidly. This gives human groups an extraordinary ability to respond to different environments. People learn to live in deserts, forests, mountains, coastlines, grasslands, and frozen regions. They did not need separate biological adaptations for every challenge. They used shared knowledge. Clothing replaced fur. Shelters replaced natural caves. Fire replaced biological resistance to cold. Boats extended movement across water. Culture became a second inheritance system. Children received genes from parents, but they also received skills, stories, rules, and tools from the group. Cultural inheritance could accumulate much faster than genetic change. This created a new relationship between minds and environments. Humans no longer adapted only to nature. They began adapting nature to themselves. They cleared land, redirected water, domesticated animals, cultivated plants, and built settlements. These changes then created new mental demands. Agriculture required calendars, property rules, storage, and long-term planning. Larger settlements required leadership, trade, conflict resolution, and record-keeping. Writing became useful for tracking goods, debts, laws, and events. Each cultural innovation created new problems, which encouraged further innovation. The human world became a feedback loop. Minds shaped culture. Culture reshaped minds. Cooperation also transformed intelligence through specialization. In a small group, many people needed similar survival skills. In larger societies, individuals could focus on different tasks. One person became skilled at metalwork, another at healing, another at navigation, another at organizing trade. No one had to master everything. This increased the total knowledge available to the group. Specialization turns society into a distributed mind. Each person holds part of the information. Communication connects the parts. A modern city contains more knowledge than any individual could learn in a lifetime. The challenge is coordination. Specialization creates dependence. The farmer depends on toolmakers. The toolmaker depends on miners. The patient depends on medical knowledge. The medical system depends on laboratories, transportation, education, and communication. This network can be powerful, but also fragile. When trust fails or information stops moving, the system can break down. Cooperation therefore requires more than good intentions. It requires reliable communication. Human beings developed many ways to signal reliability. Uniforms identify roles. Certificates represent training. Brands represent expected quality. Rituals confirm membership. Signatures confirm agreement. These are symbolic shortcuts. They help the mind decide whom to trust without knowing the person's entire history. But shortcuts can be manipulated. A symbol of authority can be used dishonestly. A confident voice can sound more knowledgeable than it is. A popular claim can feel true simply because many people repeat it. The social brain is highly sensitive to consensus. In small groups, following others often made sense. If everyone suddenly ran, stopping to investigate could be dangerous. Social learning saved time. A person could copy successful behavior rather than discover everything alone. But the same tendency can spread error. Rumors, fear, and false beliefs can move rapidly through a population. Information spreads not only because it is true, but because it is memorable, emotional, or socially useful. This connects cooperation with storytelling. A group needs shared information, but stories can unite people around both accurate and inaccurate ideas. The mind must balance trust with skepticism. Too little trust makes cooperation impossible. Too much trust makes manipulation easy. Modern reasoning depends on learning when to accept information and when to check it. Evidence, expertise, transparency, and independent verification are cultural tools for improving collective thought. Science is one of the strongest examples. Science is not simply a collection of facts. It is a cooperative method designed to reduce individual error. One person proposes an explanation. Others test it. Results are recorded. Methods are examined. Claims are revised when evidence changes. The system assumes that individual minds are limited. People are biased. Memory is imperfect. Expectations influence interpretation. By making knowledge public and testable, science allows many minds to correct one another. This is collective intelligence organized around doubt. Democracy, at its best, also reflects the idea that no individual should control every decision without challenge. Courts allow different sides to present evidence. Journalism gathers and examines information. Education transfers accumulated knowledge. These systems are imperfect, but they represent attempts to scale cooperation beyond personal relationships. Humanity's greatest achievements are almost never the work of one mind alone. A spacecraft, hospital, bridge, symphony, or computer depends on generations of previous knowledge and thousands of contributions. Even a simple object contains invisible cooperation. A pencil requires wood, graphite, metal, paint, machinery, transport, design, trade, and shared standards. The person using it may know none of the people involved. Yet their actions meet inside one object. Modern life is filled with such hidden networks. This can make cooperation easy to overlook. The finished object appears, and the minds behind it disappear from view. But civilization is built from coordinated attention. People imagine needs they will never personally experience. They design systems for strangers. They follow procedures so others can rely on the result. They preserve information for people not yet born. This is an astonishing extension of social thought. The human mind can cooperate with the future. A person plants a tree whose shade will benefit another generation. A scientist records data so someone else can continue the work. A writer preserves an idea. A community protects a place it may never personally use. This form of cooperation depends on imagination. The future person is absent, but the mind treats them as real enough to matter. Our moral circle can therefore expand not only across distance, but across time. This ability may become increasingly important. Modern human actions can affect ecosystems, technologies, and societies for decades or centuries. The mind evolved to respond to immediate problems, but civilization requires concern for slow consequences. A danger that is visible and close captures attention. A gradual risk is easier to ignore. This mismatch challenges collective intelligence. Cooperation must now operate at scales far beyond the environment in which it evolved. Global problems require trust between nations, institutions, and strangers. They require people to act on evidence they cannot observe personally. They require sacrifices whose benefits may arrive later. The same ancient social instincts that created villages must now help organize a planet. This is difficult, but not impossible. Human cooperation has already expanded many times. Families formed bands. Bands formed communities. Communities formed cities and nations. Trade connected distant cultures. Shared knowledge crossed borders. Each expansion required new stories, rules, identities, and institutions. The modern mind is still learning how large its circle can become. Yet cooperation remains personal at its foundation. It begins with attention. One person notices another. Someone listens. Someone keeps a promise. Someone shares knowledge. Someone chooses not to exploit an advantage. Large systems are built from repeated small actions. Trust grows slowly and can disappear quickly. This is why cooperation requires maintenance. Relationships need communication. Institutions need accountability. Rules need revision. Knowledge needs preservation. No social system remains healthy automatically. The work continues. Even rest is cooperative. A person can sleep deeply because others are nearby, because a shelter is secure, because a community has reduced danger, or because countless strangers maintain systems through the night. Some people work while others sleep. Electricity flows. Hospitals remain open. Transport continues. Information networks operate. Modern rest depends on invisible cooperation. The same was true around ancient fires. One person slept because another remained awake. The sleeping mind trusted the group. Perhaps this is one reason safety and social connection are so closely linked in the nervous system. A calm voice can reduce fear. A familiar presence can help the body relax. The brain interprets companionship as protection. We evolved to rest near others. Even when alone, a recorded voice or familiar story can create a gentle sense of company. The social mind responds to signs of presence. As you listen now, your nervous system is using abilities shaped by countless generations of group living. You understand a voice. You follow shared language. You trust that the next sentence will continue the journey. This simple act depends on memory, culture, communication, and cooperation. No mind evolves alone. Every human mind is built inside relationships. It receives words from others, knowledge from others, care from others, and traditions from others. Individual consciousness may feel private, but its contents are profoundly social. The language of your thoughts was learned. The symbols you use were inherited. The stories that shape your identity came partly from the world around you. The self is individual, but never isolated. And in the next part, we will explore how primate minds became human minds, how hands, tools, fire, childhood, imitation, and social learning slowly transformed one branch of the animal kingdom into a species capable of reshaping the planet. How primate minds became human minds. Imagine standing in a forest millions of years ago. The air is warm. Leaves move above you. Fruit hangs from branches. Somewhere nearby, another animal watches quietly through the trees. It has hands that can grasp, eyes that face forward, and a mind shaped by relationships, movement, and curiosity. It is not human, but part of the human story has already begun. Our minds did not appear suddenly. They developed from primate minds that were already social, observant, flexible, and highly skilled at using the body. To understand human intelligence, we must first understand the world of primates. Primates evolved in environments where movement through branches required precision. A mistake could mean falling. Hands needed to grasp securely. Eyes needed to judge distance. The body had to coordinate movement through a three-dimensional world. This favored forward-facing eyes and strong depth perception. It also favored flexible shoulders, sensitive fingers, and brains capable of planning movement before it happened. A branch is not simply an object. It is a possible path. The mind must estimate whether it will hold weight, how far away it is, and where the next movement should lead. This kind of movement is already a form of problem solving. The body thinks through action. Humans still use these ancient systems. When you reach for a cup, climb stairs, catch an object, or thread a needle, the brain is making rapid predictions about distance, force, timing, and position. Most of this happens outside conscious awareness. The skill feels simple because evolution has refined it for millions of years. Primate hands became especially important. A paw is useful for running. A hoof supports speed. A claw can grip or tear. But a hand with an opposable thumb can manipulate. It can hold, turn, press, pull, carry, and examine. Hands allowed primates to interact with objects in increasingly detailed ways. They could pick fruit, remove bark, groom companions, handle insects, and explore unfamiliar materials. The hand became both a tool and a source of information. Touch revealed texture, weight, temperature, and shape. The brain received constant feedback from the fingers. As hands became more skillful, the nervous system needed greater control. As the brain became more capable, the hands could perform more complex actions. This created a powerful evolutionary partnership. Hands shaped brains. Brains shaped hands. Tool use emerged from this relationship. Humans are not the only animals that use tools. Chimpanzees use sticks to collect termites, stones to crack nuts, and leaves to absorb water. Orangutans use branches to test depth or reach food. Capuchin monkeys strike nuts against hard surfaces. Crows bend materials into hooks. Sea otters use stones to open shells. Octopuses carry objects for shelter. Tool use has evolved more than once because tools extend the body. A stick becomes a longer finger. A stone becomes a stronger tooth. A leaf becomes a container. The animal gains abilities that anatomy alone does not provide. But human tool use became unusually cumulative. Early stone tools were simple, yet even a simple cutting edge could transform survival. Sharp flakes made it easier to process meat, cut plants, scrape hides, and shape wood. A tool changed what food could be eaten. It changed how long tasks took. It changed the value of knowledge. A person who knew where to find the right stone or how to strike it effectively possessed information worth sharing. Toolmaking also required planning. A finished object had to be imagined before it existed. The maker selected material, chose an angle, struck with controlled force, and adjusted after each result. This process links perception, memory, motor control, and prediction. It is not only the hand that makes the tool. The mind holds a sequence. First this, then that. If the edge breaks, try another angle. This sequence-based thinking may have supported later abilities in language and complex planning. Language also depends on ordered structure. Sounds must come in the right sequence. Actions in a tool-making process must come in the right sequence. Music, gesture, and storytelling all rely on pattern timing. The human brain may have reused and connected systems originally shaped for movement. This is a common pattern in evolution. New abilities are often built from older ones. Nature rarely invents an entirely separate system when existing circuits can be modified. The same brain areas may contribute to hand action, gesture, speech, and understanding the actions of others. This overlap suggests that human communication grew partly from embodied intelligence. Before words, there were movements. A hand could indicate direction. A posture could signal intention. A face could warn, invite, or reassure. Gesture allowed minds to coordinate before language became fully developed. Primates are already highly attentive to movement. They watch where others look. They notice reaching, grooming, threat displays, and changes in posture. Human ancestors gradually turned this sensitivity into more flexible shared communication. The ability to imitate was especially important. Imitation is more complex than simple copying. To imitate, the observer must recognize the structure of another individual's action and reproduce it with their own body. This can be difficult. The observer sees the action from the outside but must recreate it from the inside. Humans became unusually skilled at this. A child watches an adult tie, cut, carry, shape, or prepare something and then attempts the same sequence. The child may not understand every purpose, yet imitation preserves the pattern. This supports cultural transmission. A useful skill does not disappear when the inventor dies. It can move into another mind. Teaching made this process even stronger. Many animals learn by watching, but humans actively change behavior to help others learn. An adult slows down, repeats a movement, points to an important detail, corrects an error, divides a task into steps. This requires awareness of another person's knowledge. The teacher must recognize that the learner does not yet understand. Teaching is therefore an advanced form of cooperation and theory of mind. It allows information to be transferred more accurately than observation alone. Human childhood became deeply connected to this process. Compared with many animals, human children develop slowly. They require care for years. Their brains continue growing and reorganizing long after birth. This long childhood is costly. Parents and communities must provide food, protection, and instruction. But it creates an enormous advantage. A long developmental period allows the child to absorb complex culture. Language, social rules, tool use, local plants, animal behavior, navigation, music, stories, rituals. Skills cannot be inherited genetically in complete detail because environments change. Instead, humans evolved a brain prepared to learn. Childhood became a period of cultural construction. The child is not born knowing which foods are safe, which tools are used, which language is spoken, or which social rules matter. They watch, listen, experiment, ask, repeat. The brain adapts to the local world. This flexibility is one reason humans could live in so many environments. A fixed set of behaviors might work in one place and fail in another. A learning-based strategy allows each generation to inherit solutions suited to its surroundings. Human childhood also encouraged play. Play may appear unproductive, but it is one of the most effective forms of learning. Young primates chase, climb, wrestle, carry objects, and test social boundaries. Human children expand play into imaginary worlds. A stick becomes a tool, an animal, or a symbol. A group invents roles. Rules are created, negotiated, and changed. Through play, children practice movement, communication, cooperation, conflict, and imagination. They learn what another person expects. They learn how to take turns. They discover what happens when rules are broken. They rehearse adulthood without carrying its full risks. Pretend play is especially important because it requires symbolic thought. One object stands for another. An empty space becomes a house. A child becomes a character. This is closely related to language and storytelling. A sound can stand for an object. A gesture can stand for an action. A story can stand for a possible world. Symbolic thought allows the mind to move beyond the immediate environment. It also allows knowledge to become portable. A person can describe a place that is not visible. A tool can be planned before material is gathered. A hunt can be rehearsed before movement begins. The future becomes a mental space. Fire may have greatly expanded this ability. The controlled use of fire changed human life physically and socially. It provided warmth, light, protection, and a way to cook food. Cooking made many foods softer and easier to digest. It reduced the energy required for chewing and digestion. This may have supported changes in the body and allowed more energy to become available for the brain. The human brain is expensive. Although it represents a relatively small portion of body weight, it uses a large amount of energy. An organ this costly must provide major advantages. Improved diet, meat consumption, cooking, and food sharing may all have helped support its expansion. But fire did more than change nutrition. It changed time. Daylight no longer completely controlled activity. People could remain together after dark. Around fire, practical work may have slowed and social attention increased. The night became available for conversation, planning, storytelling, and ritual. In daylight, attention was often directed toward food, movement, and danger. In the evening, the group could focus on one another. This may have created a special environment for language and culture. Fire also created a center. People gathered around it. The group formed a circle of light surrounded by darkness. This arrangement encouraged shared attention. One speaker could address several listeners. Stories could be remembered together. Plans could be discussed. Children could watch adults. The social world became more concentrated. Food sharing also became increasingly important. Many primates feed near others, but humans developed systems in which food could be carried, divided, and distributed across time. A successful hunter might return with more than one person could eat. A skilled gatherer might collect food for children or older relatives. Sharing reduced uncertainty. No individual succeeds every day. One person may find food today and fail tomorrow. A group that shares can survive fluctuations better than isolated individuals. This creates a form of social insurance. But sharing requires trust. Who contributed? Who needs help? Who is taking too much? Who will return the favor? These questions strengthened reputation, memory, and social rules. Food became not only nutrition, but relationship. Meals still carry this meaning. People gather to eat during celebrations, rituals, family events, and important meetings. Sharing food signals welcome and belonging. A behavior rooted in survival became a central part of culture. Hunting may also have shaped human cooperation. Large prey can be dangerous. Success may require several people to coordinate movement, track signs, predict escape routes, and communicate quietly. The hunt begins long before contact. Tracks must be interpreted. Weather matters. Wind direction matters. The behavior of the animal must be predicted. The minds of hunters create a model of another creature's mind. Where is it going? What has it noticed? Will it run toward open ground or shelter? This requires perspective taking across species. Humans became skilled at reading animals because survival depended on it. They studied movement, sound, droppings, broken plants, and patterns in the landscape. Nature became a field of information. This kind of attention is different from modern abstract knowledge, but it is deeply intelligent. A skilled tracker may understand details that an untrained person cannot even see. Culture shapes perception. The expert does not simply know more facts. They notice a different world. The same is true for musicians, doctors, builders, artists, and scientists. Training changes what the brain detects. Human intelligence therefore depends not only on raw ability, but on learned attention. A mind becomes skilled by discovering which details matter. Early humans accumulated such expertise over generations. They learned animal migrations, seasonal cycles, medicinal plants, water sources, materials, and weather patterns. This knowledge could not be stored by one person alone. The group became a distributed memory system. Older members may have been especially valuable. An elder had experienced rare events. A severe drought. An unusual migration. A dangerous season. A conflict with another group. Such events might occur only once in many years. The memory of an older person could protect everyone when the pattern returned. Long life therefore increased the value of culture. Grandparents and other older relatives may have supported childcare, food gathering, and teaching. This reduced pressure on parents and increased the amount of knowledge children received. Human evolution became increasingly dependent on overlapping generations. The group contained the past, present, and future at once. Older people carried memory. Adults performed much of the work. Children absorbed culture and would eventually modify it. This created continuity. It also allowed cumulative improvement. Tools became more refined. Hunting methods became more effective. Shelters became better suited to local conditions. Clothing became more specialized. Each generation did not start from nothing. This is called the ratchet effect. Once a useful improvement enters the culture, it is less likely to disappear completely. The next generation begins from the improved version and may add more. Human culture moves like a ratchet because knowledge can accumulate in one direction. A chimpanzee may discover a useful technique, but if it is not copied accurately, the improvement may vanish. Human language, teaching, and imitation make preservation more reliable. This allowed technology to become too complex for one person to invent alone. A bow, boat, woven fabric, or musical instrument contains many small discoveries. Material selection, shape, tension, balance, sequence. The finished object is a history of minds. No mark identifies every person who contributed. Culture remembers the solution even when it forgets the inventors. This is another way human minds became larger than individual brains. Knowledge moved into objects. A well-designed tool guides behavior. Its shape tells the hand where to hold. Its edge indicates where force should be applied. Technology carries thought in physical form. A person using a tool is cooperating with the minds that shaped its design. This remains true today. A modern object may contain centuries of accumulated knowledge. A simple pair of scissors depends on metallurgy, measurement, mechanics, manufacturing, and ergonomic design. The user does not need to understand all of it. The intelligence is partly stored in the object. Early technology began this process. Stone, wood, bone, fiber, and fire became external extensions of the nervous system. Tools changed the body's possibilities. The hand no longer acted alone. A spear extended reach. Clothing extended temperature tolerance. A container extended carrying capacity. A shelter extended environmental control. Technology became a new layer between humans and nature. This changed evolution itself. Once humans built cultural solutions, biological adaptation was no longer the only path. Instead of waiting for thicker fur, people made clothing. Instead of evolving stronger teeth, they created blades and cooking. Instead of developing natural night vision, they used fire. Culture solved problems faster than genes could. But this created dependence. A human without culture is not fully equipped for most environments. We are biologically prepared to learn, but survival depends on what is learned. The human species became powerful through incompleteness. Each child arrives needing others. This dependence strengthens social connection. No one creates their own language. No one invents every tool they use. No one develops without care. Human intelligence is therefore relational from the beginning. The brain grows inside communication. A child's early environment shapes attention, emotion, language, and stress regulation. Care is not separate from cognitive development. Safety allows exploration. Responsive adults help the child regulate fear. Repeated interaction teaches the timing of conversation. The child learns that sounds receive responses. Gestures influence others. Attention can be shared. This early exchange prepares the brain for culture. Face-to-face communication becomes a kind of training system. A baby makes a sound. An adult responds. The baby repeats or changes it. This is a simple loop, but it teaches causality and social connection. My action changes another person. The other person has attention. We can influence each other. From these small exchanges, complex communication grows. Human faces became unusually expressive. The whites of our eyes are highly visible compared with those of many primates. This makes gaze direction easier to detect. Others can see where we are looking. At first, this seems like a disadvantage. A predator or rival may benefit from knowing your attention. But in a cooperative species, visible gaze is useful. It supports joint attention. A person can silently direct others toward food, danger, or an interesting object. The eye becomes a social signal. Human minds evolved not only to hide intention, but also to reveal it. This balance between cooperation and competition shaped communication. Sometimes it helps to share knowledge. Sometimes it helps to conceal it. The human mind became skilled at both. We point, explain, teach, and warn. We also deceive, distract, exaggerate, and pretend. These abilities depend on understanding other minds. To deceive someone, you must estimate what they know. To teach someone, you must estimate what they do not know. The same cognitive system supports opposite social goals. Evolution creates abilities, not moral instructions. Culture and circumstance influence how those abilities are used. As human groups became more complex, individuals had to manage alliances. Primates already form coalitions. Two lower-ranking animals may cooperate against a stronger one. Relationships can change depending on context. Human ancestors expanded this political intelligence. They needed to know who supported whom, who was related, who owed a favor, and who could influence the group. Leadership may have emerged from several qualities. Physical strength mattered, but so did knowledge, generosity, persuasion, and the ability to maintain alliances. A dominant individual who became too aggressive might face resistance from others. Cooperation could limit the power of a bully. This may have shaped human sensitivity to fairness and status. We are deeply aware of hierarchy, yet also capable of challenging it. Human groups contain both competition for position and pressure toward equality. The balance varies across cultures. Some societies create strong ranks. Others discourage individuals from displaying too much power. Both tendencies may have ancient roots. Humans want recognition, but they also distrust uncontrolled dominance. Language intensified these social dynamics. A physically weaker person could influence the group through persuasion. A skilled speaker could organize cooperation, spread information, defend themselves, or damage another person's reputation. Social power moved partly from the body into communication. Words became tools. A sentence could change action without physical force. This was a major transformation. A leader no longer needed to command through strength alone. They could create a shared goal. A storyteller could unite the group around an identity. A negotiator could prevent conflict. A liar could manipulate belief. The evolution of language created new forms of power and new reasons to evaluate credibility. Human minds became highly sensitive to confidence, fluency, status, and group agreement. These signals can be useful, but they are not perfect indicators of truth. A confident person may be wrong. A hesitant person may be accurate. An often repeated claim may still be false. The modern mind still struggles with these ancient social shortcuts. We evolved to learn from trusted individuals and group consensus because doing so usually saved time. But large societies expose us to voices far beyond personal experience. Information can be designed to capture attention. The same abilities that once helped a community share knowledge can now spread misinformation rapidly. This is one example of evolutionary mismatch. Our brains were shaped for small groups, visible relationships, and limited streams of information. Today, one person can encounter more opinions in a day than an ancestor might have heard in years. The social mind reacts to each one using ancient systems. Who sounds trustworthy? Who belongs to my group? What are others saying? Which story feels emotionally convincing? These questions remain powerful even when more careful analysis is needed. Human reasoning evolved on top of primate intuition rather than replacing it. We still respond to faces, status, emotion, and immediate reward. But we can also pause, compare evidence, and revise beliefs. The modern mind contains both systems. One is fast, social, and pattern-driven. The other is slower, deliberate, and demanding. Both are useful. Fast intuition supports ordinary life. It allows us to recognize expressions, respond to danger, and navigate familiar situations. Slow reasoning becomes important when intuition is likely to fail. The ability to switch between them may be one of humanity's greatest strengths. It is also difficult because deliberate thought requires energy and attention. The brain prefers efficient solutions. It often uses habit, emotion, and social cues. This is not a flaw in design. It is the result of evolution under limited time and resources. Perfect reasoning would be too slow for everyday survival. A mind must often act before certainty is available. Human intelligence is therefore not perfect logic. It is flexible approximation. We combine instinct, memory, imitation, emotion, language, and planning. We use shortcuts, then sometimes correct them. We inherit ancient systems and place them inside new cultural environments. This mixture made our species adaptable. It also made us inconsistent. A person can understand distant galaxies and still become frightened by a harmless shadow. They can cooperate with strangers across the world and argue over small differences. They can plan decades ahead and still choose an immediate reward. These contradictions are not evidence that the human mind is broken. They are evidence of its layered history. Older systems remain active beneath newer ones. The brainstem regulates survival. Emotional circuits assign value. Social systems track relationships. Language organizes shared thought. Culture adds rules, symbols, and knowledge. The modern mind is not one invention. It is an evolutionary collage. Each layer solved a different problem. Together, they produced a species capable of reshaping nearly every environment on Earth. But the transition from primate to human did not end when our species appeared. Human minds continued evolving through culture. The invention of agriculture changed attention and planning. Writing changed memory. Cities changed social life. Schools changed learning. Machines changed work. Digital systems changed communication. Biological evolution built the capacity. Cultural evolution kept transforming how that capacity was used. A human from thousands of years ago had a brain broadly similar to ours, yet lived inside a very different mental environment. They tracked animals, seasons, plants, and local relationships with extraordinary skill. We track schedules, symbols, screens, institutions, and abstract systems. The brain adapts to whatever world childhood presents. This means modern intelligence is not necessarily greater in every way. It is differently trained. A person skilled in digital tools may become lost in a forest. A skilled tracker may notice information that a modern urban mind ignores. Intelligence cannot be separated from environment and practice. The brain becomes good at what it repeatedly does. This principle connects modern minds to their primate origins. Hands became skilled through repeated grasping. Social minds became skilled through repeated interaction. Language grew through repeated communication. Tools improved through repeated teaching. Culture accumulated through repeated transmission. Human intelligence was built slowly, not through one sudden leap, but through millions of small acts of attention and imitation. One individual watched another. One hand copied a movement. One child remembered a story. One tool was improved. One group shared food. One generation preserved what the previous generation had learned. From these repeated moments came humanity. As you rest, your own hands may be still, but the parts of the brain that control them remain connected to language, memory, and imagination. Your mind carries the history of climbing ancestors, careful fingers, shared meals, filet stories, and generations of teaching. You are able to understand these words because countless other minds preserved language before you were born. The human brain is biological. The human mind is also inherited through culture. And in the next part, we will explore how agriculture, cities, writing, numbers, and technology created the modern mind. A mind living in a world far more complex than the one in which its deepest instincts evolved. How civilization rewired the human mind. For most of human history, there were no clocks, no schools, no offices, no written contracts, and no glowing screens. People watched the sky instead of checking the time. They remembered routes instead of following digital maps. They learned through observation, repetition, and stories rather than textbooks. Then, slowly, human beings began building environments that demanded entirely new habits of mind. Agriculture changed how people thought about time. Cities changed how they thought about strangers. Writing changed memory. Numbers changed trade. Machines changed work. And technology began reshaping attention itself. The modern mind is still an ancient mind, but it now lives inside a world created by culture. This may be one of the most dramatic transformations in the entire story of intelligence. Biological evolution is slow. A useful genetic change may take many generations to spread. Culture moves much faster. A new tool, rule, or idea can change thousands of lives within a few years. This means that human brains, shaped over millions of years, are constantly adjusting to environments that may be only decades old. The body remains ancient. The world becomes new. The first major shift came with agriculture. Foraging people moved through landscapes, following seasonal resources, animals, plants, rivers, and weather. Their attention was deeply connected to immediate surroundings. Agriculture required a different relationship with time. Seeds planted today would not produce food tomorrow. People had to wait. They had to remember seasons, predict rainfall, store grain, protect fields, and plan for months ahead. The future became more structured. A farmer had to imagine a harvest that did not yet exist. This strengthened long-term planning. It also increased dependence on calendars. When should planting begin? When would rivers rise? How long until winter? The sky became a system of information. The movement of the sun, moon, and stars helped organize work and ritual. Time was no longer only experienced. It was measured. Measurement changed thought. Once time could be divided, compared, and recorded, people could coordinate large groups more precisely. Work began together. Ceremonies occurred on expected dates. Debts had deadlines. Journeys could be planned. The abstract concept of time became part of daily social life. Agriculture also changed memory. Foragers needed detailed knowledge of large landscapes. They remembered where water appeared, which plants were edible, how animals moved, and when certain resources returned. Settled communities developed different mental demands. They tracked ownership, harvests, storage, inheritance, and obligations. Who planted this field? How much grain was collected? Who borrowed from whom? As societies grew, human memory alone became less reliable. A person might remember a promise. A village might remember a boundary. But a large settlement required stable records. Writing emerged partly from this need. The earliest writing systems were often practical. Marks represented goods, quantities, names, or transactions. A symbol might record grain in storage. Another might identify a person or place. At first, writing may have seemed like an accounting technology rather than a path to poetry. But once language could be stored outside the brain, everything changed. Speech disappears as soon as it is heard. Writing remains. A message can travel without the speaker. A law can survive the ruler who announced it. A story can remain after every original listener has died. Writing gave culture a new memory. Before writing, knowledge had to live in people. It needed to be repeated. Songs, rituals, and stories were essential because forgetting could erase information entirely. Writing reduced this risk. A society could store more than any one person could remember. This created an external archive. Human memory became connected to objects: clay tablets, stone inscriptions, scrolls, books. Later, printed pages and digital files. Each was a container for thought. This did not make biological memory unimportant. Instead, it changed what people needed to remember. A person no longer had to hold every detail internally if they knew where the information was stored. The skill shifted from pure recall toward retrieval. Where is the record? Which text contains the answer? Who wrote it? Can it be trusted? This pattern continues today. Modern people often remember fewer isolated facts while becoming skilled at locating information. The mind adapts to the tools around it. This is sometimes called cognitive offloading. We place mental work into the environment. A shopping list supports memory. A map supports navigation. A calculator supports arithmetic. A calendar supports planning. A written reminder turns intention into an external signal. Human beings have been doing this for thousands of years. Digital technology is not the beginning of external memory. It is an enormous expansion of an ancient habit. Writing also changed language itself. Spoken language depends on tone, gesture, shared context, and immediate correction. A listener can ask what a speaker means. A written text must communicate across absence. The writer cannot always see confusion. This encouraged greater precision. Ideas had to be arranged carefully. Arguments could be examined slowly. A sentence could be reread. Contradictions became easier to notice. Writing allowed thought to become an object of thought. A person could place an idea on a page, step back, and revise it. This may have strengthened analytical reasoning. Memory is fluid. A written statement is more stable. When ideas remain fixed, they can be compared. Two laws can be placed side by side. Two accounts can be examined for disagreement. A mathematical proof can be checked step by step. Writing extended attention across time. It allowed a mind to continue a complex thought over days, months, or generations. A person could begin where another person had stopped. This accelerated cumulative culture. Knowledge no longer depended only on face-to-face teaching. A student could learn from someone far away. A future reader could recover an old discovery. The dead began teaching the living. Libraries became shared memory systems for entire civilizations. They stored history, medicine, law, religion, mathematics, and literature. But writing also created new kinds of power. Those who could read and write had access to information others could not use. Records supported taxation, property, administration, and control. A written law could protect rights, but it could also formalize inequality. A record could preserve truth or preserve propaganda. Technology does not determine morality. It increases capacity. The same tool can support cooperation or domination. This is true of almost every major invention. Writing expanded human memory, but also expanded bureaucracy. Numbers expanded trade, but also expanded measurement of people. Machines increased production, but also changed labor. Digital systems connect minds, but also compete for attention. Every cognitive tool solves one problem while creating new ones. Numbers were another revolution. Animals can distinguish quantities in simple ways. Many can tell the difference between one and several, or between smaller and larger groups. But humans developed symbolic numbers. A mark or word could represent an exact quantity. This separated number from immediate objects. 3 apples, 3 animals, and 3 days could all share the abstract idea of 3. Abstraction allowed quantities to be manipulated mentally. People could add, divide, compare, and predict. Trade became more precise. Land could be measured. Structures could be planned. Astronomical cycles could be recorded. Taxes, wages, distances, and inventories became calculable. Numbers transformed uncertainty into something that appeared manageable. But mathematical thought is not fully natural in the same way as vision or basic language. It requires cultural training. Children possess some intuitive sense of quantity, yet formal arithmetic depends on learned symbols and rules. The brain adapts existing systems for new purposes. Visual regions recognize numerals. Language systems name quantities. Spatial systems may support number lines and magnitude. Working memory holds intermediate steps. Mathematics is a cultural invention built from biological abilities that evolved for other reasons. This pattern appears repeatedly. Reading reuses visual recognition systems. Writing reuses fine motor control. Algebra reuses symbolic reasoning. Music notation reuses visual sequencing. Human culture continually recruits old neural systems for new tasks. The brain is flexible enough to become something evolution never directly designed. No ancient ancestor evolved specifically to read. Yet with training, the brain creates networks specialized for recognizing written words. This is possible because evolution favored plasticity. A flexible brain can adapt to local environments. Culture takes advantage of that flexibility. Education became the main system for directing it. In small communities, learning was woven into life. Children watched adults and gradually joined real tasks. They learned by participating. Agricultural and urban societies required more formal instruction. Specialized knowledge became too extensive to absorb casually. Writing, mathematics, law, religion, and administration demanded dedicated teaching. Schools organized attention. They asked children to remain still, follow schedules, respond to symbols, and learn information separated from immediate action. This was a major change from the environments in which human learning first evolved. The brain naturally learns through movement, imitation, curiosity, social interaction, and direct consequence. Formal education adds abstraction. A child studies places never visited, events long past, and systems invisible to the senses. This can greatly expand the mind. But it also requires sustained attention toward material that may not provide immediate reward. The modern student must control impulses that once served survival well. Look toward sudden movement. Respond to social signals. Explore novelty. Avoid boredom. In a classroom, these tendencies can interfere with concentration. The brain is asked to prioritize distant goals over immediate stimulation. This does not mean people are poorly designed for learning. Humans are extraordinary learners. But the form of learning matters. Curiosity, emotion, story, practice, and relevance still improve memory because they match older systems. Abstract information becomes easier to learn when connected to concrete experience. A formula becomes clearer through an example. A historical event becomes memorable through a human story. A scientific idea becomes meaningful through observation. Modern education works best when it combines cultural abstraction with the brain's ancient learning patterns. Cities created another new environment. For most of human evolution, people lived in relatively small groups where relationships were repeated and visible. In a city, a person encounters strangers constantly. Most faces are unfamiliar. Most interactions are brief. This required new social rules. People learned to cooperate without personal relationships. A merchant could trade with someone they had never met. A traveler could enter a shared space. A worker could follow instructions from an institution rather than a relative. Formal roles became more important. Judge. teacher, guard, doctor, builder, trader. The role allowed strangers to form expectations. A person did not need to know the whole individual. They needed to understand the position. This reduced social complexity, but also created distance. In small groups, identity is personal. In large systems, identity may become categorical. Profession, status, class, citizenship, religion, and legal position shape interaction. The mind begins to navigate not only relationships, but institutions. Cities also changed attention. Natural environments contain complexity, but much of it follows slow, repeated patterns. Urban environments are filled with signals designed by humans. Signs, voices, vehicles, crowds, advertisements, warnings, buildings. The brain must filter constantly. Attention becomes a scarce resource. The ability to ignore becomes almost as important as the ability to notice. This is a major feature of modern cognition. Ancient attention systems evolved to detect novelty because new events could mean danger or opportunity. In a city, novelty is everywhere. The brain cannot fully respond to every movement, sound, and face. It learns to reduce sensitivity. A person living in a busy area may stop noticing traffic noise that feels overwhelming to a visitor. This is habituation. Repeated signals lose priority. The nervous system adjusts. But some signals are deliberately designed to resist habituation. Bright colors, sudden sounds, emotional messages, and social information capture attention efficiently. Modern communication industries use these ancient responses. The brain is drawn toward threat, surprise, conflict, status, and novelty because these once carried high survival value. A headline about danger captures attention faster than a calm explanation. A social disagreement feels more urgent than a gradual statistical trend. A face attracts the eye more strongly than a neutral object. The environment has learned how to speak to ancient attention. The invention of the clock intensified this transformation. Before precise clocks, time was measured through events. Sunrise, midday, the arrival of rain, the completion of a task, the rhythm of seasons. Mechanical clocks divided the day into equal units independent of natural events. Time became something that could be spent, saved, wasted, sold, and scheduled. Work could begin at an exact hour. Meetings could coordinate strangers. Factories could synchronize large numbers of people. The clock increased efficiency, but it also changed the emotional experience of time. A person could now be late by minutes. The day became a sequence of obligations. Attention moved toward future appointments and deadlines. The mind began carrying an invisible schedule. This may contribute to a uniquely modern form of stress. The body is in one place, but attention is already in the next hour. A person eats while thinking about work, works while thinking about messages, rests while feeling that time should be used more productively. The measured day can make every moment feel evaluated. Ancient humans certainly experienced urgency, but much of it came from direct events. Modern urgency can be symbolic. A number on a clock changes, and the nervous system responds. The threat is not a predator. It is lateness. Yet the body uses similar systems of arousal. Industrialization added machines to this timed environment. Before machines, human work often followed bodily rhythm and natural variation. Tools extended strength, but people still controlled much of the pace. Factories reversed this relationship. The machine set the rhythm. Workers adjusted to it. Tasks became repetitive and specialized. One person might perform a small action many times rather than create an entire object. This increased production, but changed the mental meaning of work. Skill was divided. Knowledge moved into machines and procedures. The worker became part of a larger system. Industrial organization expanded collective intelligence. No person understood every step. Designers, operators, transporters, and managers contributed different forms of knowledge. But the system could also reduce individual control. Humans are motivated partly by agency, the feeling that actions influence outcomes. When work becomes highly repetitive or disconnected from visible results, motivation may decline. The brain evolved to solve meaningful problems. It responds to progress, variation, feedback, and social recognition. A task without these features can feel exhausting even if it requires little physical danger. Mental fatigue is not only about effort. It is about attention without satisfying reward. The modern workplace continues this tension. Many people perform abstract tasks whose results are distant. A person may spend hours moving symbols, writing messages, or managing information. The work affects real systems, but the outcome may be invisible. The mind must maintain motivation through learned goals rather than direct sensory feedback. This can be difficult because ancient reward systems respond strongly to immediate results. Food found. Object built. Threat escaped. Companion helped. Abstract work may require weeks before completion. Digital tools make progress even less visible. A task may consist of changes inside a file or database. The body remains still while the mind works. This creates a mismatch between mental activity and physical experience. The brain evolved together with movement. Walking, reaching, looking, and handling objects were part of thought. Modern knowledge work can separate cognition from the body for long periods. This may contribute to restlessness, fatigue, and difficulty concentrating. Movement still supports thinking. Walking can help ideas flow. Writing by hand can strengthen memory. Physical breaks can restore attention. The ancient partnership between body and mind remains active. Technology did not erase embodiment. It only made it easier to ignore. The printing press accelerated cultural change. Before printing, books were rare and expensive. Copying required enormous labor. Printed text allowed ideas to spread widely and consistently. More people could read the same words. Scientific findings could be distributed. Political arguments could reach large populations. Religious and philosophical debates expanded. Knowledge moved beyond small elites. But printing also increased information overload. Once texts became abundant, selection became necessary. Which books were reliable? Which ideas deserved attention? Who had authority? The problem shifted from scarcity to filtering. This pattern would later return on a much larger scale with the internet. Every new communication technology increases the speed and reach of information. But it does not automatically increase wisdom. More information means more possibility. It also means more error, distraction, and manipulation. The human brain has limited attention. When information becomes abundant, competition for attention becomes intense. Messages evolve to become more noticeable. They become shorter, louder, more emotional, or more surprising. This resembles biological competition. Ideas that spread effectively are not always the most accurate. They may simply be the best adapted to human psychology. A frightening rumor travels because fear demands action. An angry message spreads because moral conflict encourages sharing. A simple explanation spreads more easily than a complicated truth. The information environment selects for transmissibility. This is cultural evolution occurring at high speed. The internet created an unprecedented network of minds. A person can communicate across the planet almost instantly. Knowledge once hidden in distant libraries can become widely available. People can collaborate without meeting. Communities can form around rare interests. Education can cross borders. This is one of the greatest expansions of collective intelligence in history. Yet the same network can spread confusion. The brain did not evolve to evaluate thousands of distant voices. In small groups, trust was based on repeated experience. You knew who had been accurate before. Online, identity can be incomplete. Popularity may resemble credibility. Repetition may resemble truth. Emotion may replace evidence. The mind must make ancient social judgments with reduced context. This creates vulnerability. A confident stranger on a screen can trigger the same trust signals once produced by a respected group member. A large number of likes can feel like social proof. A hostile comment can feel like public rejection. The body responds to digital symbols as social events. This is not irrational. The symbols represent real people and real consequences. But the scale is unfamiliar. A human brain may process the opinions of hundreds or thousands of people in a single day. No previous generation faced this environment. Attention is especially affected. Digital platforms offer constant novelty. Each new message, image, or video may contain reward. The brain learns that another interesting signal could appear at any moment. This creates a pattern of repeated checking. The reward is uncertain, which makes it especially powerful. Sometimes nothing important appears. Sometimes there is a message, compliment, surprising story, or emotional reaction. Unpredictable rewards can strengthen behavior. The mind keeps returning. This resembles foraging. An animal searches because the next location might contain food. The modern person scrolls because the next item might contain interest. The content is new. The underlying learning system is ancient. Frequent switching can make sustained attention harder. The brain adapts to short cycles of novelty. A long book, slow conversation, or complex task may then feel unusually demanding. This does not mean technology permanently destroys attention. The brain remains plastic. It becomes skilled at what it practices. Constant switching trains switching. Deep concentration trains concentration. The mental environment matters. Just as muscles adapt to repeated movement, attention adapts to repeated patterns of use. Modern people must therefore manage attention deliberately in ways earlier humans rarely needed. Ancestors needed to remain alert, but their environments did not contain endless artificial signals competing for focus. Today, protecting attention can become a form of self-care. Silence, single tasking, walking, reading, and time away from notifications allow the nervous system to return to slower rhythms. These activities are not escapes from intelligence. They support it. Deep thought requires uninterrupted time. Memory requires attention. Creativity often needs space where ideas can connect without constant interruption. Rest is part of cognition. A brain under continuous stimulation may receive many signals without integrating them deeply. This distinction matters. Information is not the same as knowledge. Knowledge is not the same as understanding. Understanding requires relationships between ideas. It takes time. The mind must compare, question, organize, and connect. Fast information environments favor awareness of many things. Slow attention supports comprehension. The modern mind needs both. It must scan quickly when necessary and focus deeply when the task requires it. The challenge is not choosing one permanent mode. It is controlling the switch. Artificial intelligence represents another stage in external cognition. Humans have long used tools to extend strength and memory. Now machines can assist with language, pattern recognition, prediction, and decision support. This raises new questions about what thinking means. When a tool performs part of a cognitive task, where does the mind end? A person using a calculator does not lose all mathematical understanding. They reorganize the work. The machine handles some operations. The human chooses the problem and interprets the result. The same principle can apply to more advanced systems. Tools can amplify intelligence, but they can also weaken skills if used without reflection. Navigation systems help people reach destinations, yet may reduce attention to landmarks. Automatic correction helps writing, yet may hide spelling errors. Recommendation systems reduce search effort, yet may narrow experience. Every cognitive tool changes what the user practices. The important question is not simply whether technology is good or bad. It is which abilities it strengthens and which it allows to fade. Human minds have always changed with tools. Writing reduced reliance on oral memory but enabled complex analysis. Calculators reduced manual calculation but supported advanced science. Maps changed navigation but expanded travel. The cost of one skill can become the foundation for another. The danger appears when people surrender judgment as well as effort. A tool can provide information. It cannot automatically decide what values should guide its use. Human goals remain essential. What are we trying to achieve? Whose interests are represented? What might be lost? What should never be delegated? These are moral and cultural questions, not merely technical ones. The evolution of the modern mind is therefore not finished. Culture continues changing the environment faster than genes can respond. Children growing up today encounter systems that did not exist during their parents' childhoods. Their brains adapt. They learn new forms of communication, search, memory, and identity. Future generations may think with tools that are currently difficult to imagine. But the deepest systems will remain ancient. They will still seek belonging. They will still respond to faces. They will still fear exclusion. They will still learn through story, imitation, reward, and emotion. They will still need sleep. The future mind will be technologically new and biologically old. This combination can create both extraordinary possibility and serious tension. Humans can communicate globally, yet still divide into tribes. They can access vast knowledge, yet become captured by simple facades. They can automate work, yet struggle to find meaning. They can save time, yet feel increasingly rushed. They can remain constantly connected, yet feel alone. These contradictions arise because technology solves external problems more easily than internal ones. A faster device does not automatically create patience. More messages do not guarantee closeness. More information does not guarantee wisdom. The human mind still needs purpose, trust, attention, rest, and relationship. Civilization changes the form of these needs, but not their existence. Even in a highly technological world, a calm voice can soothe. A shared meal can build trust. A story can create meaning. Music can synchronize emotion. Nature can restore attention. Sleep can reorganize memory. The oldest mental systems remain active beneath modern life. Perhaps wisdom begins with recognizing this continuity. We are not separate from evolution. We carry it. The person checking a clock is using a brain shaped by seasons. The person reading a screen is using visual systems shaped by forests and movement. The person worrying about an online reaction is using social systems shaped in small communities. The person solving an abstract problem is using neural circuits built from perception, action, and memory. The modern mind is ancient machinery learning new tasks. That machinery is remarkably flexible, but it has limits. Attention is limited. Working memory is limited. Self-control becomes weaker under fatigue. Emotion influences reasoning. Social approval affects judgment. These are not personal failures. They are properties of the human nervous system. Culture can create environments that respect those limits or exploit them. A humane society might protect rest, support learning, reduce unnecessary uncertainty, and design technology around well-being. A harmful environment may keep attention fragmented, encourage constant comparison, and make people feel permanently behind. The future of the mind depends partly on which environments humans choose to build. Evolution brought us to this point without a plan. Culture now gives us some ability to plan. We can study how attention works. We can observe how environments affect development. We can test which forms of education, work, and communication help people thrive. For the first time, a species can deliberately influence the conditions shaping its own cognition. This is a profound responsibility. Human beings are not designing a brain from the beginning. They are designing the world in which brains develop. A classroom shapes attention. A city shapes stress. A platform shapes information habits. A family shapes emotional regulation. A culture shapes identity. The architecture of the environment becomes part of the architecture of the mind. This may be the next stage of mental evolution. Not a sudden biological change, but a growing awareness that minds are shaped continuously by surroundings. We create tools. The tools create habits. The habits change attention. Attention changes thought. Thought changes culture. The circle continues. As you rest now, you are temporarily stepping away from the demands of measured time and constant information. The brain does not need to respond to every signal. It can move toward a slower rhythm. Breathing continues without instruction. Memories settle. Attention softens. Beneath the modern world, the ancient nervous system still knows how to become quiet. And in the next part, we will explore the modern human mind itself, its anxiety, creativity, loneliness, curiosity, adaptability, and the strange experience of carrying Stone Age emotions through a rapidly changing technological world. The ancient mind in the modern world. You may be sitting safely in a quiet room, yet your mind can still react as though something dangerous is approaching. A message remains unanswered. A deadline moves closer. Someone's expression changes. A troubling possibility appears in thought. Nothing has physically attacked you, but the body becomes alert. The heart beats faster. The muscles tighten. Attention narrows. This is one of the strangest features of the modern mind. It lives in the present, but it carries systems shaped in the distant past. Human beings now navigate cities, workplaces, schools, digital networks, and global events with nervous systems that first evolved to solve much older problems. Find food. Avoid danger. Protect children. Maintain relationships. Stay accepted by the group. Prepare for uncertain seasons. The environment changed rapidly. The brain changed much more slowly. This difference helps explain many of the tensions inside modern life. The human stress response is ancient. When danger appears, the brain and body prepare for action. Energy becomes available. The heartbeat increases. Breathing changes. Attention turns toward the threat. Processes that are less urgent in the moment may receive fewer resources. This response is extremely useful when danger is immediate. An animal that notices a predator should not remain deeply relaxed. It should act. The problem is that the modern mind can activate the same system for threats that are symbolic, delayed, or imagined. A difficult conversation tomorrow can create stress tonight. A financial concern can remain active for months. A social conflict can be replayed long after it ends. The body prepares for action, but there may be no physical action that resolves the problem. This can leave the nervous system in a prolonged state of readiness. Ancient danger usually had a clear cycle. The threat appeared. The animal escaped, fought, hid, or remained still. Then the event ended. Modern stress is often open-ended. There may be no obvious signal that says the danger has passed. A person can finish work and still think about work. They can close a message and still imagine the reply. They can leave a social situation and continue reliving it internally. The body is safe, but the mind keeps the threat alive through memory and prediction. This does not mean modern worries are unreal. Jobs, relationships, health, money, and social standing all matter. But the nervous system may respond to uncertainty with the same urgency once reserved for immediate physical danger. The mind is not reacting only to what is happening. It is reacting to what might happen. Prediction is one of the brain's greatest strengths. It allows preparation. But when prediction becomes dominated by fear, it can create anxiety. Anxiety is future-focused. It asks, what if? What if I fail? What if they reject me? What if something goes wrong? What if I cannot fix it? The mind generates possibilities in order to protect the person. In small amounts, this can be useful. It encourages preparation. It notices risk. It prevents careless action. But the system can become too sensitive. The brain may continue searching for danger even when no new information is available. Each imagined scenario creates another reason to remain alert. The protective mind becomes exhausting. This is a cost of imagination. The same ability that allows humans to design a house, write a story, or plan a journey can also create detailed versions of disaster. Other animals can anticipate danger, but human language makes worry unusually complex. A person can describe an event that has not happened, explain why it might happen, imagine how others would respond, and repeat the entire sequence internally. Words allow fear to continue without external input. The body reacts to the story. This is another example of symbolic thought becoming biologically powerful. A sentence can change the heartbeat. A memory can alter breathing. A future possibility can disturb sleep. The mind does not completely separate imagined events from present ones. It knows there is a difference, but emotional systems can still respond strongly. This is why calming the mind often involves more than telling oneself that everything is fine. The body must also receive signals of safety. Slow breathing. A quiet environment. A familiar voice. Gentle movement. Warmth. Predictable rhythm. Supportive social contact. These signals communicate through systems older than language. They tell the nervous system that immediate action is not required. Safety is not only an idea, it is a physical state. Human beings evolved to regulate one another. A frightened child calms in the presence of a trusted adult. Friends lower each other's stress through voice, attention, and touch. A group facing danger together may feel more capable than isolated individuals. This is called social regulation. The nervous system uses other people as information. Am I alone? Do others appear calm? Is someone nearby who can help? A familiar presence can reduce uncertainty. This may explain why loneliness affects more than mood. For a social species, isolation can feel like vulnerability. The brain may become more alert to threat. Ambiguous expressions may seem less friendly. Sleep may become lighter. Stress may increase. Loneliness is not simply the absence of conversation. It is the feeling that meaningful connection is missing. A person can be surrounded by people and still feel alone. The important question is not how many individuals are nearby, but whether the mind expects support, understanding, and recognition. Modern life creates unusual forms of social connection. A person may communicate with many people through screens while spending little time in physical shared space. This can provide real companionship, especially across distance. But it can also create interaction without complete presence. Facial movement, touch, shared silence, posture, and subtle timing may be reduced. The brain receives some social signals but not others. Digital communication is not false communication. It can be deeply meaningful. Yet it is different. A written message allows time to think, but removes tone. A video call restores face and voice, but not shared physical surroundings. Social media allows visibility, but visibility is not the same as intimacy. The modern mind must learn to interpret relationships through new channels. These channels often emphasize comparison. Humans have always compared themselves with others. Status mattered in small groups because it influenced resources, allies, and reproductive opportunities. But ancestral comparison was limited. A person might know the strongest hunter, the most skilled craftsperson, or the most admired storyteller in the local community. Today, individuals compare themselves with thousands of people. They see carefully selected moments of success, beauty, wealth, travel, and achievement. The brain treats these images as social information, even when they are incomplete. This can distort perception. A person sees another individual's best moment and compares it with their own ordinary day. They see the result but not the effort, uncertainty, failure, or editing behind it. The mind may then conclude that everyone else is moving ahead. Social comparison becomes constant. This can create dissatisfaction even when life is objectively safe or successful. The brain did not evolve to place itself inside a global hierarchy. It is trying to understand status at a scale far beyond its original environment. Recognition remains rewarding. A compliment, approval, or sign of acceptance can activate systems connected to social belonging. This is not superficial. For most of human history, being valued by others increased survival. The problem appears when external approval becomes the main measure of worth. Digital systems can turn recognition into visible numbers. Views, likes, followers, ratings. These measurements make social response easy to compare. They also simplify human value into signals that the mind may check repeatedly. The number changes. Emotion follows. This resembles other uncertain rewards. Sometimes attention arrives. Sometimes it does not. Because the result is unpredictable, the person may return again and again. The ancient social brain becomes attached to a modern feedback system. Yet the modern mind is not merely a victim of technology. It is adaptable. Humans can learn how systems influence attention and make deliberate choices. Habits can change. Environments can be redesigned. Notifications can be reduced. Time can be protected. Deep relationships can be strengthened. The same plasticity that allows distraction also allows recovery. The brain becomes skilled at what it repeatedly practices. Attention is not fixed. It is trained. This is encouraging because modern life often gives the impression that concentration has been permanently lost. A person tries to read and reaches for a device. They begin a task and suddenly want novelty. The impulse feels automatic. But automatic behavior was learned through repetition. Each check connected boredom or uncertainty with immediate stimulation. A new habit can be built by changing the loop. The person notices the urge. They pause. They allow a moment of discomfort. They return to the task. At first, this requires effort. Over time, the nervous system learns a different pattern. Self-control is not simply a battle between a strong person and a weak impulse. It is influenced by sleep, environment, stress, reward, and routine. A tired brain is more likely to choose immediate relief. A stressed mind has less capacity for complex decisions. A visible distraction creates more temptation than one placed out of reach. Modern culture often treats attention as a moral issue. People blame themselves for being unfocused. But attention is also an environmental issue. A mind surrounded by interruptions will behave differently from a mind given quiet. This matters for creativity. Creativity requires both information and space. The brain needs material to combine, but it also needs periods when that material can reorganize. Constant input leaves little room for internal exploration. This is why ideas often appear during walking, showering, resting, or performing a simple task. The mind is active, but not tightly controlled. Attention becomes broad. Distant memories and concepts can connect. A solution emerges unexpectedly. This is sometimes called incubation. A person stops consciously working on a problem, yet deeper processes continue. Later, the answer appears. The conscious mind may experience this as sudden inspiration, but the idea was prepared by hidden work. Creativity reveals the limits of deliberate control. A person cannot simply order the brain to produce an original thought at a specific second. They can create favorable conditions. Learn deeply. Explore widely. Rest. Allow uncertainty. Try combinations. Then wait for the mind to reorganize. This pattern resembles evolution itself. Most variations are not useful. A few become valuable. Creativity generates possibilities, and judgment selects among them. Both are necessary. A mind that only judges may become rigid. A mind that only generates may become chaotic. Creative thought moves between freedom and structure. Children naturally explore this space. They ask questions without always knowing what counts as a sensible answer. They combine objects in unexpected ways. They invent games and stories. Their minds are less constrained by established categories. Adults gain knowledge and efficiency, but may also become attached to familiar solutions. Expertise helps solve known problems. It can sometimes make unusual alternatives harder to see. This is why diverse perspectives improve collective creativity. Different experiences create different mental pathways. One person notices what another overlooks. Human innovation often emerges when ideas cross boundaries. A tool from one field is applied to another. A biological pattern inspires engineering. A musical structure influences mathematics. A story changes how a social problem is understood. Culture acts as a network of creative minds. No one person must generate everything. Ideas move, combine, and return in altered forms. The modern world accelerates this exchange. People can access art, science, languages, and traditions from distant places. This increases creative possibility. But it can also create mental noise. When every influence is available, choosing a direction becomes difficult. The mind may consume endlessly without producing. Creative work requires closing the door for a while. A person must stop gathering and begin shaping. This involves tolerance of imperfection. The first version is rarely complete. Evolution works through variation, not perfection. Culture works similarly. A draft is adjusted. A melody is revised. A tool is improved. A theory is corrected. The modern mind often fears mistakes because mistakes can become visible to many people. Public judgment increases pressure. But without error, learning slows. The brain updates its predictions when something goes wrong. A mistake contains information. It shows where the internal model failed. Children learn movement through countless small errors. They reach too far, lose balance, pronounce sounds incorrectly, and try again. Adults sometimes forget that this is how mastery develops. They interpret difficulty as evidence of inability. But struggle is often the process by which the nervous system changes. A task that feels difficult is demanding new coordination. With practice, the brain becomes more efficient. Actions that once required full attention become automatic. Reading is an example. A beginner must identify each letter. An experienced reader recognizes entire words quickly. Driving, playing an instrument, and using tools follow similar paths. Practice moves work from deliberate control into faster systems. This frees attention for higher-level decisions. But automation has a cost. Once a habit becomes unconscious, it may continue even when the environment changes. The person no longer notices the sequence. This is useful for stable tasks and risky for outdated behavior. The modern mind must sometimes bring an automatic process back into awareness. Why do I react this way? Why do I check this so often? Why does this situation always produce the same emotion? Awareness creates a small space where change can begin. This is one reason mindfulness practices can be useful. Mindfulness involves paying attention to present experience without immediately acting on every thought or feeling. It does not eliminate mental activity. It changes the relationship to it. A thought appears. Instead of becoming the entire reality, it is noticed as a thought. An emotion rises. Instead of being treated as a command, it is experienced as a changing state. This ability depends on metacognition. The mind observes its own activity. Humans have always possessed this capacity, but deliberate practices can strengthen it. The goal is not to become free of all thoughts. That would be impossible. The mind produces thoughts just as the body produces movement and sensation. The aim is to recognize that not every mental event requires belief or action. A fearful prediction is not the same as a fact. An angry impulse is not the same as a decision. A memory is not the event itself. This distinction can reduce the power of automatic reactions. It also reveals how temporary many states are. An emotion feels permanent while it is intense. But emotions move. The body changes. Attention shifts. Context alters meaning. The mind tends to treat the present state as a prediction of the future. When sad, it imagines sadness continuing. When anxious, it expects danger. When calm, problems may seem more manageable. This is called state-dependent thinking. The current state influences what memories and interpretations become available. Understanding this can create patience. A difficult mental state is real, but it may not be an accurate forecast. The ancient nervous system was designed to prioritize current needs. When hungry, food becomes central. When afraid, danger becomes central. When socially threatened, rejection becomes central. The mind narrows around the problem. This is useful for immediate survival, but it can hide the larger view. Rest, time, and support can reopen attention. Sleep is especially important. A sleep-deprived brain becomes more emotionally reactive and less flexible. Attention weakens. Memory becomes less reliable. Impulse control declines. Social signals may be interpreted more negatively. Modern culture often treats sleep as optional, but the brain does not. Sleep is part of emotional regulation, learning, and decision-making. Removing sleep to gain more time can reduce the quality of the remaining time. The mind cannot operate continuously without maintenance. This is another conflict between biological rhythm and modern schedules. Artificial light extends the day. Work can continue through the night. Screens provide stimulation at any hour, but the body still follows circadian rhythms shaped by light and darkness. Hormones, temperature, alertness, and digestion change across the day. The modern person can ignore these signals temporarily, but not without cost. The nervous system expects cycles, activity and rest, light and darkness, effort and recovery. Modern life often rewards continuous output, yet no biological system produces endlessly. Muscles fatigue. Attention fade. Memory needs consolidation. Creativity needs incubation. Rest is not the opposite of productivity. It is one of its conditions. The same is true socially. A mind cannot remain emotionally available to everyone at all times. Compassion requires energy. Constant exposure to suffering can create exhaustion. The modern information environment brings distant crises into immediate awareness. This expands moral concern, but also places heavy demands on emotion. A person may encounter more tragedy in one day than an ancestor would witness in years. The brain responds to each story, image, and face. Eventually, it may protect itself through numbness or avoidance. This does not necessarily mean the person has stopped caring. It may mean the emotional system is overloaded. Healthy compassion requires boundaries. One person cannot solve every problem. The mind needs to identify where action is possible. A small useful contribution can be more sustainable than continuous helpless distress. Cooperation works when responsibility is shared. This is true for communities and for individual well-being. The modern mind often carries a feeling of personal responsibility for systems far beyond its control. Global information creates awareness without always providing agency. The person sees a problem but cannot directly change it. This can produce helplessness. The nervous system prepares to act, then finds no clear action. One response is to focus on a realistic sphere of influence. Help one person. Support one project. Learn one useful skill. Vote. Teach. Create. Contribute where contribution is possible. Agency calms the mind because it turns vague threat into directed behavior. Human beings evolved as active problem solvers. Uncertainty without action is difficult, but action does not need to be enormous. Small actions often restore a sense of connection between effort and outcome. This principle also applies to personal goals. A distant goal can feel abstract and overwhelming. The brain responds more strongly to immediate, visible progress. Breaking a task into smaller steps makes the reward easier to detect. One page, one conversation, one walk, one completed section. The modern mind may understand the large plan, but motivation often grows from the next clear action. This is not weakness. It reflects how learning systems work. Behavior strengthens when consequences are visible. Modern institutions sometimes ignore this. Work becomes endless. Success remains undefined. Messages continue arriving. There is no natural stopping point. The person cannot feel completion. Ancient tasks often had clearer endings. The shelter was built. The food was prepared. The distance was crossed. Digital work can remain open forever. There is always another message, revision, or piece of information. The mind benefits from creating artificial endings. A list is closed. A device is turned off. A room is left. A sentence marks the end of the day. Rituals help the nervous system shift states. They tell the brain that one role is finished and another can begin. Humans have long used rituals for transitions. Waking, eating, working, mourning, celebrating, sleeping. Modern people may think of ritual as unnecessary, but the mind responds well to predictable sequences. A repeated evening routine lowers uncertainty. A familiar action becomes a signal. The day is ending. No further preparation is needed. You may rest. This is similar to the role of lullabies and stories. Predictability creates safety. The nervous system does not need to remain fully alert when it knows what comes next. Of course, modern life is not only stressful. It also offers forms of safety, freedom, knowledge, and connection unknown to earlier generations. Many people live longer. Medicine treats conditions that were once fatal. Communication crosses oceans. Education opens distant worlds. Art from many cultures is widely available. Human rights have expanded in many places. Technology allows people to find communities that understand rare experiences. The modern mind faces new pressures, but also new possibilities. Evolution did not prepare humans for one perfect lifestyle. It prepared them to adapt. This adaptability is visible in the brain's plasticity. Experience can alter neural connections throughout life. Young brains are especially flexible, but adults continue learning. New languages, movements, routes, technologies, and social roles reshape the mind. Change may become slower with age, but it does not stop. This matters because people often treat identity as fixed. I am not creative. I am bad at learning. I cannot change this habit. But the brain is a history of repeated experience, not an unchangeable object. Past repetition makes certain pathways easier. New repetition can strengthen others. Change requires time because old patterns are efficient. The nervous system prefers familiar routes. But familiarity is not destiny. Human culture itself proves this. Societies change beliefs, tools, and rules. Individuals can do the same on a smaller scale. The modern mind can study its own origins and use that knowledge deliberately. It can recognize that anxiety is a protective system. That social comparison is ancient. That attention is limited. That habits are learned. That sleep is necessary. That loneliness is biological. That cooperation regulates stress. That meaning matters. These insights do not solve every difficulty, but they replace shame with understanding. A person is not failing because the mind reacts strongly to rejection. They are experiencing a system shaped by group dependence. They are not weak because endless novelty distracts them. They are using attention systems that evolved to notice change. They are not lazy because rest is required. They are biological. Understanding the origin of a reaction creates choice. The person can ask whether the ancient response fits the modern situation. Is this danger immediate? Is this comparison useful? Does this signal deserve my attention? Is my body tired rather than incapable? Do I need more information? Or do I need rest? The mind becomes wiser when it learns to question its first interpretation. This is not a rejection of instinct. Instinct contains valuable information. Fear can warn. Anger can reveal a crossed boundary. Sadness can signal loss. Loneliness can encourage reconnect ion. But emotions are signals, not complete instructions. They identify what may matter. Reflection decides what to do. The mature modern mind is not one that feels nothing. It is one that can feel deeply without being controlled by every passing state. This balance is difficult. No human achieves it perfectly. The brain is dynamic. Stress rises. Attention wanders. Old habits return. Wisdom may be less like reaching permanent calm and more like repeatedly finding the way back. Back to the body. Back to the present. Back to evidence. Back to relationship. Back to the next manageable action. This ability to return may be one of the most important skills in modern life. The environment constantly pulls attention outward. Returning is a form of mental navigation. Ancient humans navigated landscapes. Modern humans also navigate information, emotion, and possibility. The landmarks are different, but the need for orientation remains. Where am I? What matters now? What can wait? Who can help? What is the next safe step? These questions bring the mind from an imagined endless future into a limited present. The present is usually smaller than anxiety suggests. There is this room, this breath, this sound, this moment. Human consciousness can travel across centuries, galaxies, memories, and imagined disasters. But the body always remains here. Returning attention to the body does not solve every external problem. It reminds the nervous system that the current moment may be survivable. From this calmer state, reasoning improves. The mind regains flexibility. Solutions become easier to see. Connection becomes possible. The ancient stress response prepared humans for action. The modern challenge is learning when action is needed and when recovery is wiser. Not every silence contains rejection. Not every delay contains danger. Not every thought predicts reality. Sometimes the mind is simply tired. Sometimes it is repeating an old pattern. Sometimes the safest response is to rest. As you listen now, there may be nothing else you need to solve tonight. The mind may continue offering unfinished thoughts because that is what minds do. You do not need to complete all of them. Some problems become clearer after sleep. Some emotions soften when the body recovers. Some answers arrive only when attention stops forcing them. Your nervous system carries ancient alarms, but it also carries ancient pathways into calm. Slow rhythm, darkness, stillness, warmth, a steady voice, the sense that someone is nearby. These signals have guided human beings towards sleep for thousands of generations. And in the final part, we will bring the entire journey together, from the first sensing cells to animal intelligence, language, dreams, culture, technology, and the future of minds that are only beginning to understand themselves. The mind looking back at itself. For billions of years, the universe existed without anyone asking what it meant. Stars formed, planets cooled, oceans gathered. Life began in silence. Then, very slowly, living things learned to sense. They detected light. They followed chemicals. They moved toward food and away from danger. From these first simple responses came nerve cells, nervous systems, memory, learning, emotion, imagination, language, culture, and eventually a mind capable of asking how minds evolved. That may be the most extraordinary part of this entire journey. The human brain is not only a product of evolution. It is a product that has begun studying the process that created it. Matter became alive. Life became aware. Awareness became curious about itself. And now, through science, philosophy, art, music, and storytelling, the mind is trying to understand the long path that brought it here. There was no single moment when mind suddenly appeared. There was no clear line separating a completely mindless world from one filled with experience. Instead, evolution worked gradually. A cell responded. An animal learned. A nervous system compared past and present. A brain predicted what might happen next. A social creature remembered who could be trusted. A primate followed another's gaze. A child understood a gesture. A group shared a story. Each step built upon older abilities. The modern mind is therefore not one invention. It is a collection of ancient solutions. Attention evolved because some signals mattered more than others. Memory evolved because the past could improve future action. Emotion evolved because organisms needed to assign value. Fear said avoid. Desire said approach. Attachment said remain close. Curiosity said explore. Pain said protect the body. Pleasure said repeat what may be useful. These systems were never designed to make life perfectly calm or completely logical. They were shaped to keep organisms alive long enough to learn, cooperate, and reproduce. This helps explain why the mind can feel so conflicted. One part seeks safety. Another seeks novelty. One wants belonging. Another wants independence. One prefers immediate reward. Another imagines the future. One reacts emotionally. Another pauses to reason. These are not separate creatures living inside the head, but different systems shaped by different evolutionary pressures. They usually work together. Sometimes they compete. The modern self emerges from their negotiation. This is why a person can know what would be wise and still feel drawn toward something else. The older systems do not disappear when newer abilities evolve. They remain active. Human reasoning was built on top of instinct, not in place of it. Language did not replace emotion. Culture did not erase biology. Technology did not remove the need for rest, touch, belonging, or meaning. Every new layer changed the older ones while depending on them. Consider memory. At first, memory may have been little more than a nervous system changing after an event. A useful sensation became easier to recognize. A danger became easier to avoid. Over time, memory expanded. Animals remembered locations. Social creatures remembered individuals. Humans remembered stories, promises, ancestors, laws, and imagined futures. Then writing placed memory into objects. Libraries extended it across generations. Digital systems extended it across the planet. Yet even with all these tools, the biological mind remains selective. It forgets. It reconstructs. It changes memories each time they are recalled. This seems imperfect, but forgetting is useful. A brain that preserved every detail equally would become overwhelmed. Memory must remove noise and preserve patterns. It must identify what matters. The mind is not an archive of everything that happened. It is a guide for what may happen again. The same principle applies to perception. You do not experience every detail reaching the senses. The brain filters, predicts, and interprets. It creates a usable world. This constructed world is usually reliable enough for action, but it is never a complete copy of reality. We see only a small portion of light. We hear only a limited range of vibration. We experience time through a nervous system that changes with emotion and attention. A bee, dog, bat, elephant, and octopus each inhabit a different sensory world. No species perceives everything. Every mind lives inside a biological window. Humans sometimes mistake their window for the whole universe. We assume that what we cannot sense does not matter, or that intelligence must resemble our own. But the animal kingdom teaches humility. Octopuses solve problems with nervous systems distributed through their arms. Crows use tools and remember human faces. Elephants maintain long social bonds and travel through remembered landscapes. Bees communicate direction through dance. Whales share songs across oceans. Ant colonies coordinate complex behavior without a central leader. Each represents another answer to the question of how information can become action. Intelligence is not one ladder with humans standing at the top. It is a landscape. Different species are skilled in different directions. One remembers thousands of hidden seeds. Another understands human gestures. Another navigates by magnetic fields. Another recognizes itself through scent rather than sight. Human intelligence is unusual, but it is not the only intelligence. What makes humanity especially powerful is the combination of abilities: flexible hands, long childhood, imitation, teaching, language, shared attention, cooperation, storytelling, symbolic thought, cumulative culture. Each ability existed in simpler forms elsewhere. Together, they created something new. Humans became able to store discoveries outside the individual. An insight no longer had to die with the brain that produced it. It could be taught, carved, sung, written, printed, recorded, or programmed. Knowledge accumulated. One generation began where another ended. This changed the speed of adaptation. Biological evolution remained slow, but cultural evolution accelerated. A useful genetic change might require many generations. A useful idea could spread in a lifetime. Tools became more complex. Groups became larger. Specialization increased. Human beings began inhabiting not only natural environments, but symbolic ones. They lived among rules, roles, numbers, schedules, borders, currencies, records, and institutions. These things are not physical in the same way as mountains or rivers, yet they organize physical behavior. A law is made of shared meaning, but it can move people, resources, and entire nations. A promise is made of language, but it can shape years of action. A musical phrase is made of vibration, but it can awaken a memory from decades earlier. Symbols allow invisible ideas to produce visible consequences. The human world is built from agreements held across many minds. This is both a strength and a danger. Shared beliefs make large-scale cooperation possible. Millions of strangers can contribute to a system they all recognize. But shared beliefs can also spread error. A false story may unite a group as effectively as a true one. The mind did not evolve only to discover objective truth. It also evolved to maintain belonging, predict social behavior, and protect identity. Sometimes those goals support truth. Sometimes they compete with it. A person may reject accurate information if accepting it threatens their group or self-image. This is one of the difficult lessons of mental evolution. Intelligence does not guarantee wisdom. A clever mind can defend a mistaken belief. Language can clarify, but it can also conceal. Imagination can create beauty, but also fear. Cooperation can build hospitals, libraries, and peaceful communities, but it can also organize conflict. Technology can reduce suffering, but it can create new risks. Evolution gave humans capacities. It did not provide a final instruction for how to use them. That responsibility belongs increasingly to culture and conscious choice. For most of history, organisms adapted to environments they did not create. Humans now create much of their own environment. Cities shape attention. Schools shape learning. Platforms shape communication. Workplaces shape stress. Homes shape rest. Stories shape identity. Technologies shape habits. The environments people build become selective pressures on daily thought. A notification can train attention. A repeated message can shape belief. A schedule can reshape sleep. A social rule can influence emotion. The mind creates culture, and culture returns to shape the mind. This loop is now moving faster than ever. Modern people live among systems that change within years rather than millennia. Artificial intelligence, biotechnology, virtual environments, global communication, and automated decision-making are altering how humans work and understand themselves. These tools raise an old question in a new form. What is a mind? For centuries, people connected intelligence with abilities such as language, reasoning, planning, and problem-solving. When machines perform parts of these tasks, the boundaries become less clear. A system can generate language without possessing a human body. It can recognize patterns without growing up in a family. It can process large amounts of information without biological emotion. Does this mean it has a mind? The answer depends on what we mean by mind. Intelligence, consciousness, memory, emotion, agency, and self-awareness are related, but they are not identical. A system may be highly capable in one area and absent in another. A calculator exceeds human speed in arithmetic but does not feel the answer. A map stores spatial information but does not know where it is. A language model can produce sentences, but language performance alone does not automatically reveal subjective experience. This distinction matters. Humans are naturally inclined to detect minds. We see intention in movement. We speak to animals, machines, weather, and invisible forces. This tendency evolved because recognizing agents was important. A rustling branch might be wind, or it might be another creature. Assuming agency could sometimes be safer than ignoring it. But the modern world requires careful judgment. Behavior can resemble thought without proving consciousness. At the same time, unfamiliar forms of mind should not be dismissed merely because they differ from ours. The history of animal intelligence has already shown how often humans underestimate other beings. The wise approach is neither automatic belief nor automatic denial. It is evidence, caution, and openness. Future minds may take forms that evolution has never produced before. They may be biological, artificial, or combinations of both. Technology may extend memory, perception, and communication more deeply. Brain-computer interfaces may allow direct interaction between neural activity and machines. Medical tools may restore lost movement or sensation. External systems may become increasingly integrated with thought. In one sense, this has already begun. Writing extended memory. Telescopes extended vision. Telephones extended voice. Computers extended calculation. The internet extended collective communication. Human minds have always grown by connecting with tools. The difference now is degree. As tools become more responsive and capable, they may feel less like passive objects and more like partners in cognition. This could expand human ability. It could also create dependence. A skill not practiced may weaken. A judgment repeatedly delegated may become harder to perform independently. The challenge will not be to reject technology, but to use it consciously. Which tasks should be automated? Which should remain human? Which abilities deserve practice even when a machine can perform them faster? What forms of attention, creativity, care, and judgment should be protected? These are not questions technology can answer alone. They depend on values. And values come from lived experience, culture, empathy, and collective choice. Perhaps the future of the mind will depend less on becoming more intelligent in a narrow sense and more on learning how to direct intelligence wisely. Humanity already possesses enormous problem-solving power. It can map genomes, predict storms, build spacecraft, and communicate across continents. Yet many of its greatest problems involve coordination, trust, long-term planning, and unequal interests. They are not problems of missing information alone. They are problems of cooperation. The ancient social mind remains central. Can people act for those they will never meet? Can groups cooperate across borders? Can short-term reward be balanced against future consequences? Can powerful tools be used without allowing a few individuals to control everyone else? Can compassion expand beyond familiar faces? These questions may determine the future more than any single invention. The human brain evolved in small groups, but now human actions operate at a planetary scale. A decision in one place can affect distant ecosystems, economies, and communities. This creates a mismatch between emotional intuition and real consequence. The mind reacts most strongly to immediate, visible events. Slow changes and statistical risks feel less urgent. But many modern challenges unfold gradually. Climate patterns, ecological loss, technological dependence, public health, social inequality. A species shaped to respond quickly must now learn to think slowly. This requires cultural tools. Science helps reveal patterns that no individual can see. Statistics help compare events beyond personal experience. Institutions help coordinate action across distance and time. Education helps people reason about systems larger than everyday perception. Stories help make those systems emotionally understandable. Once again, different forms of thought must work together. Data without meaning may fail to motivate. Emotion without evidence may mislead. Wisdom requires both. Humanity needs the precision of analysis and the empathy of narrative. It needs individual creativity and collective correction. It needs curiosity and restraint. It needs the courage to act and the humility to revise. These balances are difficult because the mind prefers clear answers. Uncertainty feels uncomfortable. A simple story creates relief. But complex reality often resists simplicity. Many causes interact. Evidence changes. Good intentions produce unintended consequences. The mature mind must tolerate not knowing while continuing to investigate. This may be one of the newest demands placed on an ancient brain. For survival, quick confidence was often useful. For science and global decision-making, careful uncertainty can be wiser. To say "I do not know" is not a failure of intelligence. It is a sign that the mind understands its limits. Human knowledge grew because people questioned certainty. They checked observations, repeated experiments, compared explanations, admitted error. The willingness to revise is one of culture's greatest achievements. Evolution itself has no pride. It changes through success and failure. Cultural learning must do the same. An idea should survive because it continues to fit evidence and serve human needs, not merely because it is old or familiar. Yet tradition also has value. Long-lasting practices may contain knowledge that is not immediately obvious. The challenge is to examine rather than blindly accept or dismiss. The mind needs roots and flexibility. Memory preserves. Curiosity explores. Reason compares. Experience tests. Together, these abilities allow adaptation. The same is true for the individual. A person inherits patterns from family, culture, and past experience. Some are supportive. Others may no longer fit. Self-reflection allows the person to examine them. Why do I respond this way? Is this fear protecting me from a real danger or repeating an older lesson? Is this goal truly mine or something I learned to pursue for approval? Does this habit still serve me? These questions are possible because the mind can turn attention inward. But self-knowledge is never complete. Much of mental life remains unconscious. The mind explains its decisions after they begin. It forgets some motives and invents others. It sees itself through stories. This does not make self-reflection useless. It simply means humility is needed. We are both the observer and the thing being observed. The instrument studies itself. This creates limits. A brain cannot step entirely outside its own biology. Every theory of mind is produced by a mind. Every measurement is interpreted through human concepts. Yet knowledge remains possible because minds cooperate. One person notices what another misses. Different methods reveal different layers. Neuroscience studies cells and networks. Psychology studies behavior and experience. Anthropology studies culture. Philosophy examines concepts. Artificial intelligence explores information processing. Animal research reveals alternative forms of cognition. No single field contains the whole answer. The mind is biological, social, cultural, embodied, developmental, and historical at once. Understanding it requires many perspectives. This may be why consciousness remains so mysterious. It is not merely a signal inside one brain region. It is the lived unity of countless interacting processes. Sensation, prediction, memory, emotion, attention, body awareness, language, social understanding, the experience of self. Each can be studied separately, yet consciousness feels whole. It is like music. A melody can be analyzed into notes, rhythm, timing, and vibration. But the experience of hearing it is more than a list of parts. The mystery lies not in denying the parts, but in understanding how their organization creates the whole. Perhaps future science will explain this more completely. Perhaps consciousness will become understandable as life and heredity did. Once, people could not explain how organisms inherited traits. Genes and molecular biology transformed the question. Once, the diversity of species seemed unrelated. Evolution revealed their common history. Consciousness may also require concepts that are only beginning to emerge. We should not mistake current uncertainty for permanent impossibility. At the same time, mystery has value. It reminds the mind that reality is larger than its present models. Curiosity lives in the space between what is known and what remains open. Without uncertainty, exploration ends. The mind evolved to solve problems, but it also evolved to seek. Children ask questions almost continuously. What is that? Why does it happen? Where did it come from? What happens next? Curiosity drives learning before practical necessity appears. It encourages the brain to build richer models of the world. In adults, curiosity can be weakened by routine, fear of error, or the belief that important questions already have final answers. But the capacity remains. A person can look again, listen more carefully, learn a new skill, change an opinion. The mind is not finished. Neural plasticity continues across life. Culture continues changing. Human understanding remains incomplete. This is encouraging because evolution is sometimes misunderstood as a story that ended with modern humans. But evolution never stops. Genes continue changing, though slowly. Cultures change rapidly. Technologies alter behavior. Environments shape development. Ideas compete. Languages evolve. Social rules shift. The future mind is already being formed inside children growing up today. Their attention, emotional habits, and expectations are being shaped by environments adults have created. This gives every generation a form of responsibility. We cannot choose the biological history we inherited, but we can influence the conditions under which minds develop. Are children given safety and responsive care? Do schools support curiosity or only performance? Do technologies protect attention or exploit it? Do communities encourage cooperation or constant comparison? Do stories expand empathy or deepen fear? The answers become part of future cognition. A society designs minds indirectly through daily life. This may be one of the most important insights in the evolution of intelligence. Brains do not develop in isolation. They develop inside relationships and environments. A child's nervous system learns whether the world is predictable, whether others respond, whether mistakes are survivable. Whether questions are welcome. Whether belonging must be earned constantly. These lessons influence attention, trust, emotion, and self-image. They become patterns that can last for years. Care is therefore not separate from intelligence. Safety supports exploration. Connection supports learning. Rest supports memory. Play supports creativity. A mind under constant threat becomes skilled at detecting danger. A mind given stability can direct more energy toward discovery. Both responses are adaptations. The environment teaches the brain what kind of world to expect. Adults continue doing this too. Repeated stress trains vigilance. Repeated distraction trains fragmented attention. Repeated practice trains skill. Repeated kindness trains trust. Repeated reflection trains awareness. The mind is shaped by what it experiences often. This means small patterns matter. A single moment rarely defines a brain, but repeated moments create expectation. The future of the mind is built through ordinary repetition. How people speak to one another, what they reward, what they ignore, where they direct attention, which stories they repeat. These choices become culture. Culture becomes environment. Environment enters the nervous system. The circle continues. There is no perfect final form of intelligence. Evolution has no destination. A mind is successful only in relation to the world it must navigate. The octopus is suited to a flexible ocean body. The bee is suited to flowers, flight, and colony life. The crow is suited to exploration and opportunistic problem solving. The human mind is suited to culture. Its greatest strength is not having every answer. It is the ability to learn answers from others and create new ones together. This also means isolation limits human intelligence. A single brain contains remarkable ability, but language, science, art, and technology emerge through networks. The most powerful human mind is not the lone genius of legend. It is the connected system of many minds exchanging information across generations. Every discovery contains previous discoveries. Every book contains inherited language. Every instrument contains older craftsmanship. Every theory uses concepts created by others. Human achievement is deeply collective. Even this story about the evolution of minds depends on countless observers, researchers, writers, teachers, and communities. No single person witnessed the whole journey. Fragments of evidence were gathered. Fossils were studied. Animal behavior was recorded. Brains were measured. Ideas were challenged. Knowledge slowly accumulated. The story remains incomplete, but it is richer because many minds contributed. Perhaps this is the final lesson. The mind evolved to connect. Neurons connect with neurons. Senses connect body with environment. Memory connects past with present. Prediction connects present with future. Language connects one person with another. Stories connect generations. Music connects emotion across bodies. Culture connects millions of people who may never meet. Science connects observations into understanding. Consciousness connects many processes into one lived moment. Mind is relationship. It exists through interaction. A completely isolated brain would not become recognizably human. It needs voices, gestures, care, challenge, and shared meaning. The individual mind is private, yet its structure is social. Even your inner voice uses a language you received from others. Your personal memories contain shared places, names, customs, and relationships. The self is unique, but it is woven from connection. This does not make individuality less real. It makes it more remarkable. From shared biological and cultural materials, every mind creates a different perspective. No two people receive exactly the same experiences. No two brains form identical networks. Each person becomes one unrepeatable viewpoint on the world. For a brief period in cosmic history, the universe is seen through that perspective. It notices, remembers, loves, fears, dreams, creates. Then the perspective eventually ends. But some of what it learned may continue in others. A kindness changes another person. A skill is taught. A story is remembered. A piece of music is heard again. An idea is recorded. The contents of one mind enter the wider cultural stream. In this way, human thought can outlast individual consciousness. The brain is temporary. Connection allows influence to continue. Perhaps this is why people care so deeply about meaning. The mind understands time. It knows that life is limited. This awareness can create fear, but also value. A moment matters partly because it will not repeat exactly. A relationship matters because another mind is not replaceable. An act of care matters because experience is real to the one receiving it. Consciousness makes the universe personally significant. A stone does not suffer. A star does not feel loneliness. But a living mind can experience pain and relief. This creates moral responsibility. Wherever experience exists, actions matter to someone. The evolution of consciousness may therefore be the origin of value itself. Without minds, events simply occur. With minds, events can be good, harmful, beautiful, frightening, peaceful, or meaningful. The world gains an inner dimension. This is why understanding minds is not only a scientific question. It is an ethical one. Which beings can suffer? Which can feel safety, attachment, curiosity, or fear? How should intelligence different from ours be treated? As knowledge of animal minds grows, human responsibility may need to grow with it. Other species are not objects placed around us. They are living centers of perception. Their experiences may differ, but difference does not make them meaningless. The same humility may be necessary when thinking about future artificial systems. Capability, consciousness, and moral status must not be confused. Careful evidence will be needed. The history of the mind teaches us to avoid two extremes. We should not assume that every complex behavior contains experience identical to ours. And we should not assume that only human-like minds can matter. The landscape of possible minds may be far wider than we currently understand. Life on Earth offers only a small sample. Elsewhere in the universe, intelligence may have evolved through different senses, bodies, and social structures. An alien mind might not use vision. It might not separate individuals in the way animals do. It might think across long periods or through collective systems. Its language might be chemical, electrical, or something we cannot imagine. Studying animal minds prepares us for this possibility. It shows that intelligence is shaped by environment. An ocean creates different problems from a forest. A colony creates different cognition from a solitary life. A mind is not an abstract object. It is an answer to a world. Human beings are one answer. We are the result of gravity, hands, faces, fire, childhood, cooperation, and language. On another planet, the path could be entirely different. Perhaps no other minds exist nearby. Perhaps the universe is filled with them. At present, we do not know. But the fact that mind evolved at least once is enough to transform how we see the cosmos. The universe is capable of producing awareness. It can produce beings that study stars made before their planet existed. It can produce music from moving air. It can produce compassion between unrelated individuals. It can produce dreams with no external world. It can produce questions about existence. This does not mean evolution was aiming toward humanity. It was not. Most evolutionary paths never led to large brains. Bacteria remain extraordinarily successful. Plants thrive without nervous systems. Many animals survive with simple cognition. Complex intelligence is not the inevitable goal of life. It is one unusual strategy, and it comes with great costs. The human brain consumes energy. Long childhood creates dependence. Self-awareness can produce anxiety. Memory can preserve pain. Imagination can create fear. Language can deceive. Technology can magnify harm. Intelligence is powerful, but not automatically beneficial. Its value depends on how it is used. Perhaps the next step in mental evolution is not a larger brain. Perhaps it is better coordination between the abilities we already have. Emotion with reason. Technology with ethics. Individual freedom with cooperation. Curiosity with humility. Ambition with rest. Knowledge with compassion. The modern mind has become extremely skilled at changing the external world. It is still learning how to understand and regulate itself. This may be one of humanity's central unfinished tasks. A species capable of transforming a planet must also become capable of examining its own motives. Why do we want more? What do we fear losing? Which rewards control our attention? Which stories divide us? What kind of future are our habits creating? These are questions of metacognition at a civilizational scale. Humanity must think about how humanity thinks. That may sound abstract, but it appears in ordinary choices. How information is shared. How disagreement is handled. How children are taught. How technology is designed. How power is limited. How vulnerable people and animals are treated. How much attention is given to future generations. The collective mind is formed from individual actions and systems. No one person can control it, but everyone participates. This can feel overwhelming. Yet cooperation never began with the whole world at once. It began with small acts. A warning. A shared meal. A lesson. A promise. A story beside a fire. Large cultural change still grows from repeated local behavior. One person listens carefully. Another checks a claim before repeating it. Someone teaches with patience. Someone creates a tool that reduces suffering. Someone protects time for rest. Someone chooses cooperation where conflict seemed easier. These actions are small expressions of ancient capacities. They are also the materials of the future. The mind evolved without knowing where it was going. You do not need to know every destination either. Human thought often imagines that a meaningful life requires a complete plan. But evolution itself advances through partial solutions. A useful step is preserved. Another is added later. Living minds learn similarly. They act with limited information. They make mistakes. They revise. They continue. Uncertainty is not always a sign that something is wrong. It is the natural condition of a mind facing the future. No brain can see every consequence. Wisdom is not perfect prediction. It is the ability to remain attentive, adaptable, and willing to learn. The human mind has survived because it changes. It learns new environments. It forms new relationships. It creates new stories. Even after loss, the nervous system can slowly build new patterns. Even after error, knowledge can improve. Plasticity is a biological form of hope. The past shapes the brain, but it does not completely imprison it. New experience enters. New connections form. Old reactions can weaken. A person remains a living process. The self is not a finished object. This final idea may be the most calming. You do not need to solve the entire mind tonight. Science has not solved it either. Consciousness remains mysterious. Dreams remain partly unexplained. Animal experience remains difficult to measure. The future of intelligence remains uncertain. But uncertainty does not erase wonder. It deepens it. You are listening with a brain built from ancient cells and recent culture. Your heartbeat is regulated by systems older than mammals. Your emotions carry the history of social life. Your language carries generations of human invention. Your imagination can travel to the beginning of nervous systems and forward into futures that do not yet exist. All of this is happening inside a body resting in one small place. For now, there is no need to travel further. The long story can become quiet. The first neurons fired hundreds of millions of years ago. Animals learned to remember. Octopuses explored. Birds solved problems. Primates watched one another. Humans shared attention. Voices became language. Language became stories. Rhythm became music. Groups became cultures. Symbols became civilizations. Machines became extensions of thought. And consciousness turned back to ask where it came from. The journey has reached the present moment. Your mind is part of the same story. Not separate from nature. Not placed above it. A branch of life becoming briefly aware of its roots. As you rest, thoughts may still appear. That is what an evolved mind does. It predicts, remembers, and searches. There is no need to stop it by force. Let each thought arrive and pass. The brain knows how to move from attention into sleep. It has inherited that rhythm from a history far older than language. Breathing continues. Muscles soften. The outer world becomes quieter. Memory begins its hidden work. And perhaps, in a little while, the mind that spent the day building reality will begin creating dreams instead. For now, you can simply rest inside the mystery. The universe does not need to be completely understood tonight. It is enough to know that, for a little while, it became aware through you.